welcome to today's maker feature, in which we'll be looking at a number of makers that we're acquainted with from South Korea. And I decided to do an all-Korean special today to feature a couple of makers, mostly those involved in 5 and 6YMM, who normally don't get as much airplay in the English language streams for the obvious reasons. And mostly it's going to be platformer levels, including some that are on the somewhat harder side, as we would otherwise not get much of a chance to fit them in. So let's take a look at Cesium Atom. Cesium Atom, of course, was responsible for Donut Dreamland in 5YMM, and we've been playing a few of these levels recently, but not this one, Buzzy Busters, from late August. One of many levels that Cesium Atom has built in the past for Team Jam. Let's take a look. Okay, let's bust some buzzies. Pretty blind friendly so far, except of course I wasn't quite attentive to that down diagonal arrow that was coming after the drop by the thwomp. Sometimes those one-way panels can throw me off slightly. When will the Jozu level creators be featured? Natcat, that's a very good question. We'll take things as we go, I guess. And Natcat, as always, I'm sure you are full of recommendations from all regions. You seem to be way ahead of me in that respect. And so, definitely, if you have more makers to recommend that we haven't featured here before, do talk to me about that, and we'll see if we can arrange a stream, because, of course, we don't often get to see very many of these makers on the viewer level side, at all, in fact. And that goes for the Japanese makers as well. Whoops. I have to get a high bounce off that guy, I know it. And for some reason I keep thinking that I'll just ride it out. And Mang Mangy, welcome. Oh, it's because I keep expecting that guy to have wings. That's what's throwing me off. And here, yeah, I can wait a little more patiently. And I'll leave you folks to determine whether you're friend or foe. Oh, look at that backspin on a shell. Wasn't quite attentive to that about the conveyor. Okay. I see. I wasn't quite sure what was going to happen there, jumping towards that marker. Then I guess you do need to kick that shell from the left in order to project it forward. I was expecting maybe some kind of second bounce on a shell and just didn't see the blooper coming at all. Whoops. And yeah, Natcat, I'm sure that a lot of the ones we're showing off today you'll be well aware of already. This one is by Cesium Atom. I should actually remember to put some of the maker codes in the chat. So this is the maker code, and the level here is Buzzy Busters, which is a fairly recent one. So 1% clear rate. Let's see if I still remember how to play this game. Whoops. Now, I had just seen before the stream, I'd already decided to do this as today's stream, and I announced it right before I found out about the new Ninja. So I actually did play the new Ninja for a little bit before I went on stream today. I just kind of casually poking at it for about half an hour or so. With Ninjas, I do like to go into them blind and find my own route, and usually it's quite satisfying to still get within the top 2 or 3%. And that's where I am right now, actually, where I got to between 44 and 45 seconds without having to grind too long at it, and as somebody who's really not a speedrunner, that was reasonably satisfying. You want to pick girl character? Let's do that. And so, yeah, really glad to see the Ninja come out of nowhere. I'm glad I was paying attention instead of lapsing from the game or anything, because I'm sure a lot of players who would be interested in Ninjas just kind of tuned out after the last one was so prominently announced as the final content for the game. So clearly Nintendo still has somebody working in some capacity on Mario Maker content. And I'm really glad they decided to do that as a cross-promotional event for the 35th anniversary of The Legend of Zelda. 35YLZ, I guess. Which is, in fact, the bonus text in the 6YMM level by Tetraterix, or John. The one that was based on A Link to the Past. Also, as you can tell, I am trying to move my stream start time earlier, just to better accommodate people from North America. We'll probably try the same thing with viewer levels tomorrow, but it'll depend on how well this works out. I would like to go even earlier than this, but it's not always possible. Okay, there we go. Just have to trust everything here. Whoop. Oh, I missed the opportunity there. Maybe not. I guess that key door is a bit of a fake out, or maybe something with a state switch that we need to be aware of later. Now, that's pretty satisfying, that offset there. Except we need to plan out that jump. And yeah, of course, Netcat, when I say that I'm running an early stream, it's still very late by many people's standards. I do need to jump a little bit and raise that Buzzy, I think. And we'll see how to proceed from there. And look at that Cloud get to kill on the Buzzy. That's very neat. But yeah, I do have to raise it. That's... I always confuse myself when it comes to raising or lowering it by jumping or not jumping. And this one, of course, yeah, I just have to run ahead and jump, I think. I always kind of forget the interaction. Yeah, because if you jump off, of course, it lowers. It'll just get killed very quickly. I just need to dash on top of the Buzzy and go for it. So, good checkpoint placement here, because this location, of course, does take a little bit of figuring out as I try to bump something from outside of that question block. Probably another Buzzy that will give me a landing platform once I get over to the other side. Still missing. So, need some of that forward momentum, I'm sure. And it's also kind of a matter of height and going early. I think I do need to go earlier so the Buzzy isn't sinking, but maybe it's just a question of following that arrow. Yeah, I might just have to go faster there. But we'll see. I can't actually completely tell if I'm going too soon or too late. Which makers am I featuring today? Well, it will depend on how much time I have. Currently, I'm going to play at least one or two by Cesium Atom. There are some harder ones by Chirisu that I'm definitely going to show off. And we'll have to see about time after that, because if I can get through at least 3 or 4 makers today, that would be great. Possibly more. And some other ones I can save for other themed days, of course, or have shown off before in other capacities, so we'll just make decisions accordingly, depending on how well I do. Which right now is not well. Still trying to find a good upswing on that Buzzy. I think that I'm just not really reading this thing accurately. If you let the Buzzy... No, the Buzzy, as you can see, has wings. It's going to go quickly as well because of the way it's bumped forward. It's only going to go down from there towards the spike. So I have to go pretty much... well, I have to land on top of it and go pretty much instantly. Because I was trying to determine, am I late or early? And I'm pretty sure I'm just late. There we go. There we go. And there we don't. And, yeah, Natcat, this will be a good day, perhaps, to do some of the rare hard levels by Persia as well, who we normally feature in context of some of the easy but very aesthetic or thematic levels. So that's on the list for later if I have time to get to that. I've got a few makers down as well. It's mostly going to be the people who were introduced in 5 and 6 YMM. Because, of course, the big breakthrough with this year's project was contact with the Korean scene, which was something that had not been the case previously. And yeah, we'll see how many people and how many levels we can fit in. But, you know, part of the point of doing the feature days is I can take a bit longer on anything that might be more difficult. Need full momentum here going towards that coin. And indeed, Luca, cool mountain. Walked right into that. Just like in Mario 64. Oops. So yeah, you've been playing the new Ninja as well. Hope you've been enjoying that. I am absolutely terrible at doing aerial bow and arrow shots of Link. And so this one was a bit of an especial challenge for me, but that's why I've just kind of casually gotten it down to 44 seconds, which at the time definitely put me comfortably in the top 100. For now, it won't last. And we'll have to go back to that eventually, so... Anyway, Luca, I hope you're doing well. Meng is choosing friends very carefully, I see. I still have to get this forward momentum going on this jump. And I have to learn it too, because you need to forward momentum again on the next jump. Yeah, you need to go pretty much instantly. That was slightly too soon. But you need that momentum when it, when it bumps off the spring, it goes upwards before it sinks back down. And so you actually need the extra height from the upswing of that Buzzy shell. Goes up very quickly, and as you can see, now I'm going a little bit early. But with a bit of adjustment, we should be able to do that a little more consistently. And then hit the coin. Once again, my problem there was I backed off on that forward momentum. I really just need to go for it and go for the coin up ahead. And Terrible Just Awful is going to raid with a party of 5. Let's take a convenient stop here to acknowledge that with a shout out. I accidentally almost typed into raid command to raid you back, and that would have been bad. We're going to shout you out instead. And welcome Chris Balkar. Hope to Maker 2 has been going well on your side. Do let me know what kind of content you've been doing. It looks like that actually might even have gotten me over. If I hadn't backed up into it. Whoops. And Link97, welcome as well. And thank you for the follow. Now let's... Whoops. And yeah, Terrible Just Awful. Thanks for dropping by. Yeah, do let me know what kind of content you were running and whether you saw any particularly special levels today.
Sploosh.
And just getting a raft of follows all at once. Much appreciated from all of you. Whoops. Not a good time to wear the helmet. We did want that to hit the on-off switch on the way over. And yeah, sail over that. There we go. Yeah, you kind of need to hold right going into that landing and then hit jump slightly after that. And that's the thing that I wasn't quite executing clearly. Terrible, just awful. I mean, you know, it's not that I necessarily play well here either. But sometimes the levels are well designed enough that they will make me look good in all the right places when things actually come together. But yeah, I discovered after I'd already made plans for this stream today, as somebody was saying in chat earlier, that there was a new Ninja speedrun that was implemented into the game today. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at that yet, but I believe it's the first one in 7 months after they announced the end of the Ninja program. Zigzy, welcome back. Yeah, Zigzy, hope the revisions to that level of yours have been going well. I know you said that you got it into much better shape. And we'll hopefully be able to see it at some point. Terrible, just awful. It is directly in the game. There is a Ninja speedrun, like in the main screen in the course world. The button at the bottom should say Ninja speedrun, 9 days remaining, and you can also play the older levels as well. It's just that your records are no longer going to be on the leaderboard for it, but that doesn't matter. You can still test your skills against the existing distribution of times. So there were 20 levels that were released in the past by Nintendo as their time challenges. They are pretty good Nintendo-style level designs in their own right. Like, they're a lot of fun. So it's kind of like a Nintendo official mini-campaign. But then they finally, after a very long absence, added level number 21 today to promote some of what's going on with the Legend of Zelda 35th anniversary. And yeah, Zigzy, I saw your message. And hope the fixes went well. I mean, you know, sometimes with playtesting, there's always more that's still unaccounted for, that can still be broken. But hopefully it's not going to be anything too severe. Yeah, you really do need to hold right going into that landing. And indeed, the right arrow pointing towards the blaster seems to be encouraging that. Holding right going into that landing and, of course, not picking up the shell is going to be the right sequence of adjustments to make this work. And yet a 50 coin is, of course, specifically there to encourage you to correct your aim. And here, too, we're going to, whoops, sail over and not point to the left, because that would be a bad idea. Yeah, Zigzy, glad you got another tester to look at that as well. Always good to have multiple eyes on those things, just to see how people are reading things, what kind of habits they have along the way. Okay, that's neat. Okay, had to react to that fairly quickly. And I was just, of course, late on the aerial shot. I knew it was coming. I saw the indicator and everything. I saw what was happening. But my diagonal shots, as I was saying earlier, are absolutely dreadful. Zigzy, you're also a bit sad. Are you out of trial weeks already after stacking all those free weeks in Nintendo Switch Online? You had to abandon a co-op level you were doing because... Oh, okay. The other person had to leave, I assume? Oh, whoops. Yeah, once again, need to hold right into that. Lantis, welcome. And Ziggsy, you had to leave. That's unfortunate. Well, hopefully you can get another session in with the same co-op partner and pick up where you left off. Okay, there we are. And then we'll head over here. Nope. Reacted to that poorly. I got it first try last time. Yeah. Natcat, I have actually not been able to catch you recently. I don't know if it's just that I haven't been on Twitch much or if you haven't been streaming as much, but anyway. Hope Mario Maker's going on well on your end regardless. I think I just haven't been on Twitch very much, in fact, lately. And Lantis, you haven't played New Ninja. I mean, it has only been out for a few hours. You haven't streamed in almost a month. Okay, so it's not just me. Well, I hope you get some of those problems sorted out and that you're still able to enjoy Mario Maker as much as you can in the meantime. No, you do need to jump into that before you shoot. So. No, whoops. Yeah, unfortunately, if you do that correctly in terms of holding right and riding up momentum, there is some risk of sailing right into that muncher, which... Yeah, I mean, holding right into the blaster is a difficult thing to communicate here, and I think that this level does it as well as it can, even though I took a while to pick it up. But it is necessary, otherwise you just don't get very far, and... It's a level that does test to make sure that you understand that concept before it allows you to continue. Whoops. Just missed a jump there. And... here we are. Exchanging your maker points for money. Yeah, St. Lantis, just wait until they figure out how to put refreshing specials on the blockchain. It's going to be a fairly apocalyptic scenario, I think, but if people can do it, they will. Still love this bone shell interaction here, it's very neat. And this vine is also extremely clear to read. Still late on a shot every time. And yeah, Luca, it seems like that's the kind of thing that Nintendo would try to stomp on if they could. Given how stingy they are about anybody monetizing any content, as YouTubers discovered for the longest time before Nintendo wisely relaxed some of their policies. I mean, I was not, of course, any kind of video content creator back before the Switch era, but apparently it was kind of a nightmare for people who were doing that on YouTube and elsewhere, in terms of getting hit with copyright strikes all the time. And it seemed to take a while for Nintendo to develop a healthier relationship with people who just want to show off their games. But I don't know much about that personally, so... Still late on a shot. Terminator, welcome. Yeah, NatCat, if I do eventually find a time to edit some things for YouTube, I'm not exactly sure what content I would do. I know that some people have expressed interest in seeing things like puzzle solutions. It would be nice to do more elaborate game design analysis, of course. Terminator, I'm not doing puzzles today, but I will have viewer levels this weekend, and I will likely run another puzzle day fairly soon, so... Terminator, I'll keep that in mind, that you've been making puzzles, and if we don't see it this weekend, I'll definitely try to jot it down for the next puzzle stream that I do. Yeah, today I'm doing a bit more of a focused maker feature. Mang suggests Super Expert Endless on YouTube. I mean, I don't think we should be looking down on the YouTube audience that much. Just a little bit, but maybe not that much. Okay, here we are. To be fair, some other streamers have actually found some pretty interesting stuff they can do with Endless Mode in terms of video content. I do drop by and watch some of that from time to time, I'm just not interested in playing it. Anyway, here we go. Keep hitting that even though I just know it's a one-up that we need for Super Expert Endless and nothing else. Okay, down we go. Okay. Nope, too early now. I know what the issue is there. I'm letting go of my jump too early when I fired a shot. You would think that after running the new Ninja a little bit before starting the stream, I would be a little bit more familiar with muscle memory for doing mid-air diagonal shots, but that's been a problem for me throughout the entire lifetime of Link's presence in this game. I have tons of trouble getting diagonal shots down, ever. Oh, whoops. Almost got whacked there by my own Buzzy, which I thought was my friend. Turns out it was a Buzzy, not friend. There we go. Some really interesting setups all over this thing. With the momentum trickery, with some of the offsets. Too late. As you can see, the arrow hit almost all the way to the right side there. Shot needs to fire earlier for sure. Whoops. Luca just tried to play Super Expert Endless, and then I suppose you decided to rethink what you were doing with your life. Okay. Here we go. Yeah, remarkably for somebody who plays as much Mario Maker as I do, I feel like my time with the game is limited and I have to be selective about it. Which is why it's very fortunate that I get lots of good viewer levels on the stream, because if I didn't, I just wouldn't play viewer levels. Well, I mean, obviously we slapped this guy, I don't know what else we would want to be doing here. Oh, I see, it's a Link spike jump, and then after that it's going to be a Link gate on that last Buzzy. Have I ever tried to speedrun any Mario games? No, I haven't actually. I'm not somebody who's naturally a speedrunner. I've been thinking about casually picking up some tricks in Metroid Dread, not as a serious runner, but just to learn some of the sequence breaking techniques on a casual level. But I've also been away from Metroid Dread since I completed it. I do want to get back into it and do hard mode and some other things. But in general, like, I'm not really a speedrun style player, because perfecting execution isn't really something I enjoy in video games as much as the process of figuring things out and, you know, reading things for the first time and finding my own strategies. And I find that speedruns, you know, they're interesting in that respect for a while, and then once you get into the optimization phase, then it's much more about repetition until you can just do things cleanly, and that's not really as much my style. I really respect and admire watching people who can do it, but it's not what I'm good at. I totally missed the opportunity to do something here. I guess we couldn't have kept Link, and we were just missing a key in general. I don't know where we could have gotten it. I kind of want to see. Maybe if I had... No, you definitely lose Link here. I want to retry this just in case the key is late. Lantis, you have 15k cleared on Endless Easy. I guess Lantis is somebody who also makes levels on the easier side. That might be interesting as a form of research, just to see what else is going on there, and you know, get a sense of what player habits would be at that level. Yeah, 500, but just because of the raincoat. Yeah, I haven't really paid much attention to the costume unlocks in this game. I don't tend to be very incentivized by collectibles in any video game, really. Like, for me, it's much more about the sort of inherent satisfaction of doing something, rather than any kind of reward. So I don't tend to be motivated by things like costumes most of the time. Lantis plays Endless Easy to steal level ideas. Yeah, pretty much. Like that one with all the spike balls and a dry bone shell. That was definitely from Endless Easy. No question about that. And here we go. Okay. I still don't see where the key could have been. But maybe it's actually killing that Buzzy at the very end. Unless it's a key that you have to keep from the beginning of the level, which, if we don't see it here... Yeah, I guess if you kill that Buzzy, you can't really get a platform to stand on unless you find some way to activate the spike ball, so... Oh, and... maybe that door was just matched to the fake-out door that was at the very beginning of the level. Because there was a key door right before the pipe in the top left, right? Which we saw much earlier. So I might do the more info screen, actually, just to see if there is, in fact, a real bonus, or if that's just a bit of fakery from Cesium Atom here. Like whether there is in fact an additional door segment to be aware of. Whoops. But yeah, I guess that we didn't think about the key door that was in the early part of the level, which tells me that maybe there's a bonus route that requires just clear from start. You like the Phanto hoodie? I kind of feel like a Phanto hoodie would look really cool in real life, actually. And Ziggsy, how are you doing for time so far? You don't have to share if you don't want to, but yeah, I found that with Ninja levels, usually, you know, my first scouting attempt tends to be absolutely awful, and then even as somebody who's not really a speedrunner, that gradually I can usually get myself to the top 2% of players or so without having to work too hard for it. I think that's because a lot of people actually do just give up after doing their first attempt. Like, they'll just seed a level and register their time, but it won't actually work on it. This Ninja is interesting in that if you look at a distribution of the current times, at least last I checked, the histogram of player times in the speedrun can often tell you a lot about the kind of challenge it is, where, you know, with things that are just kind of very straightforward platforming and pure speed, for instance, you'll usually see like a bit of a bell curve, or maybe a bit of a hump that's sort of around a 70th percentile or so, and then which sharply declines. But with some of these other levels, and especially some of the Link levels, and some of the other ones that have a lot of technical options to them, you just see basically bar after bar of about the same height, instead of a bell curve. Like, you'll have just this even distribution all across, and usually that tells you that people aren't getting bad times because of execution, but because they're not trying the right things. That it's something that you can actually improve on significantly with some kind of idea about routing that you haven't necessarily figured out. If you go over a lot of the older Ninja levels and you look at the distributions of times, you'll kind of see that they each have a certain character to them in terms of, you know, why is this Ninja level hard, or why is this difficult to optimize? So yeah, this one I found reasonably satisfying to get down. Like, I got down to about 47 or 48 seconds pretty quickly, and then I made a lot of mistakes at the very last section, and so I've only done as well as 44 so far, and I don't think my current route can do much better. But yeah, getting down to about, I think, like, if I were to estimate, I think gold medal time for this one is likely going to be somewhere between, say, 48 to 50 seconds. That's just a guess, just from past experience with where gold medals tend to be. Yeah, I did get gold medals on all of the previous Ninjas except the first one. And the first one I got silver, but back then I didn't really understand much about how they were going to handle the Ninja scoreboard system, because everything was new. I've already beaten this content. I'm just scraping for a key in case the key door at the end is something interesting. And then now I realize I probably should have just gotten the clear first and started over, since the first section is actually fairly simple. But I am very curious about the potential for a bonus route here, which is why I'm failing on this stuff again after having learned it thoroughly earlier. Oops. You know what? 3 pink coins. Did we even pay attention to the pink coins at all? I feel like I didn't really even look at those. Maybe that was in the first section, that's why. Which means I should just get the clear and then get out of here. And if it is something coin-based, I should just restart the level. I'm going to start over anyway, actually, because I remember the first section was not too difficult. Look at that green pipe at the very start, too. So yeah, you get a key, but then the key gets you over to the second section. It's not the key for what looks like a bit of a fake-out door at the very end here. Like... But then you have a key door that goes to the red pipe, which really makes me wonder about that door that we died on just now. Because I'm thinking about this and wondering Yeah, we are going to start right at the beginning. We do grab one key. We get the fake out. Whoops. Indignation Judgment, welcome. But yeah, we'll hopefully be able to get back to where we were quickly. But it seems like the key is probably something in the first section then. Like, not this key. But we need some way to get into that door, perhaps. And maybe you are required to stand over to Buzzy for this. Like, you lower to POW. It's meant to make you think, ah, okay, no, I see. When you get in range of the POW, you activate the Thwomp and it spawns a Buzzy, which forces you to jump over, or you... yeah, because the Buzzy was carrying me over, but the only way that you can actually get in that key door is if you manage to stay on the platform, and I think that might just be a fake out, but... Terminator, I'll answer that question in a moment. First, we're going to acknowledge this gigantic raid from Grakowski, who I hope has been doing well. I know that over at Grakowski's stream, of course, there has been that puzzle contest going on with all of the levels of Yoshi in a desert. I played some early versions, I think, of some of the submissions in recent weeks, but I'm hoping to catch up on the other submissions now that they've been finalized. Yeah, the Buzzy Shell really does take you across right away, unless maybe there's a way to jump over it and get back on the platform, but it seems like that's purely just a fake out. And yeah, welcome everybody who came in, and Grakowski, it seems like you must have had a very exciting stream. Terminator, to answer your question about the N64 expansion pass, I don't have it. I've never really liked the N64 library that much anyway. I mean, there's enough that... I think once they improve it and add more software, it might eventually be worth looking into, but I do think that the pricing structure seemed like a bit of a test from Nintendo that wound up on the higher end. And currently, I don't think it's offering enough value for me. I mean, it's enticing to see the Animal Crossing expansion content bundled into that, but I think I might just get the Animal Crossing expansion separately when I have time for it. And I mean, I got a lot of mileage out of the NES and Super Nintendo games that were in the base service. I spent a lot of time on that, in fact, even though I've played a lot of those games in the past. Grakowski, what is Gosu? It is Korean video game slang for people who are masters at something. I picked it up from StarCraft, in fact. And Grakowski, you were indeed doing contest levels today. Okay, yeah, because I saw that the deadline was was earlier this week, and so I assumed that you would be doing that fairly soon. So I hope you've been enjoying it. I've, of course, been avoiding spoilers on the ones I haven't played yet, because I did see a bunch of them come up among the puzzle makers that I tend to follow. We had played a few of them in advance. I know that Sninjar, who was just here, I think I played Sninjars in advance a few streams ago. But of course, back then I didn't actually know what conditions you had for the puzzles, and then I did finally take a look at the document for what the requirements were. Well after the fact, well after I'd actually played some of that stuff. So yeah, this door is matched to the door by checkpoint. Oh, that's interesting. You got a death up there, huh? I guess that gets you on top of the muncher, but the fact that you can get up there... I guess everything is built on a half screen, though, so... Judging by what I can see here, I believe that's the case. You just finished Ninjas. Okay, hope you enjoyed it. I don't know if I saw the final version. I might have seen an earlier one. Yeah, I didn't know what your contest deadline was, actually, or I Probably would have played a few more early versions so people could actually do some advanced playtesting. Cleared 5, made progress in 2 others. Ah, Stinjar, I did play the first and final version. Okay, good to know. So I went through this door. Yeah, if everything is built on a half screen rather than being locked some other way. Maybe it's a secret that is based on something that detects whether you clear from the start. Because that would... Because you go back into the main world. Well, let's get to clear first, and we'll have to look at it in more info, I think. But it might just be some kind of checkpoint detection in terms of something that is broken your first time through the main world in a way that controls a key being dispensed at the end, but I'm not really sure. Oh, no, I didn't mean to hit start over. That's okay. We'll get back to this soon enough. That's okay, first section is easy. Gotta be careful with that start over button sometimes, even when I am just kind of exploring for secrets. Whoops. We get a high bounce over there. And yeah, 10 entries total. I'll definitely have to see some of those myself, even as somebody who's not sort of officially one of the affiliated streamers. That would be pretty interesting to follow. And part of that is because I also want to see some of the other players' runs through that as well. I understand that both Acorn and Street Rat are going to be getting around to those. And the sooner I solve them, the sooner I can actually watch that myself. Whoops. Thank you for the follow. And yeah, like I was saying earlier, Gosu is just a Korean term that I picked up from the StarCraft scene many years ago. It just refers to people who are really good at a game, I think. I think it's usually just used in reference to multiplayer games, but I suppose it fit this context as well. And Terminator, to go back to what you were saying earlier about the N64 service, as I understand it, there are some issues with the button mapping as well. That's some of the button assignment, if you don't have the N64 controller that is compatible with Switch, the button assignments on things like the Joy-Cons and Pro Controller are not as intuitive as people would hope. Anyway, Grukowski, thank you for dropping by and bringing such a huge intake of viewership with you. Also, Terminator, you requested 109, and I totally missed it because everything was going on with the raid coming in. Sorry about that. You are totally welcome to remind me when I forget to take a request like that. Because I just missed it earlier on, so we'll do that now, actually. Let's just pull up 109. And then I can take a brief interruption from this level, given that I've already cleared it. And I'm just trying to not make the same mistakes over and over. So, okay, William Shakespeare, Sonnet 109. Oh, never say that I was false of heart, though absence seemed my flame to qualify. As easy might I from myself depart, as from my soul which in thy breast doth lie. That is my home of love. If I have ranged like him that travels, I return again, just at a time, not with a time exchanged, so that myself bring water from my stain. Never believe, though in my nature reigned all frailties that besiege all kinds of blood, that it could so preposterously be stained, to leave for nothing all thy sum of good. For nothing this wide universe I call, save thou, my rose, in it thou art my all. Okay, thank you for that. Let's get back into the level. Whoops. Okay. And we'll just try to, once again, remember to hold right going into each of these blasters. Get a really satisfying bounce off this guy once again. I get this over here. The link shot is the thing I'm most worried about in this level. CZ Madam, welcome. Glad to see you drop by. I had reached the end of this level before. I reached the flag, but then I didn't know what to do with the key door at the end. Because I think I'm missing the secret. And so I went and started the level over to look for the secret. And yeah, so I will probably play the newest one as well, the one that's newer than Buzzy Buster, after I'm done. But we'll try to get to that. Whoops. Have to remember to hold right. And whoops. And so yeah, I had actually cleared this technically a while ago, even though I didn't touch the flag. So I'm just trying to do it properly now. Whoops, no, too soon. I was trying to hold down into that, and I hadn't actually made contact with the Buzzy Shell yet, so that was much too early. Okay, let's pay attention now. Okay. That's gonna go up. And that's gonna go down. There we go. Finally got that. And then I'll choke immediately. Yeah, and that's going to be ground pound on the spike ball in the clown car. And that's really the only thing separating me from the finish here. And Mr. Electrodude, welcome. So yeah, I probably will not be able to get the secret in this level. We might just have to go back to that at some point if I have some kind of additional insight about it. Now the arrow shot, of course, is still the hardest thing here for me. Still stopping for that one-up every time. Oop, that brought me a little further than usual. And down we go. Much, much better. Electrodude, you can't stay? Well, thanks for dropping by and saying hello anyway. Always good to see you here. Yeah, I guess the burner is there. We actually do need to use this guy. No, there's a hidden platform there. Then there's a key coin here. So I guess you're supposed to collect 2 key coins. I think I know where one of them is. I think we need to kill that Buzzy that's in the claw, because clearly you actually stand on a platform at the end. So that means that we'd probably be missing a coin in the first section. If there is a safety coin, we could expect that the coins are separated by checkpoint. I might try to look at this again just one more time. I won't spend too long on it because I think I am definitely missing something, but if we can get back to the end quickly, I'll see if I can do it again. since the maker is here anyway, and it might be worthwhile to do this. Okay, let's go up. Yeah, you get the key here. I don't know what else I could be missing in this segment, apart from the fake out door at the very end. Yeah, this gets you... Whoops. Didn't want to jump there. Yeah, as you can see, no, the platform there actually does give you enough room to go over that key door, I think. I think it's possible to take it. I do want to see some other levels though, so I'm not going to stay on the secret hunt indefinitely. I say that sometimes and I stay on for another hour, which is not wise. Okay, let's get over here. Nope, need to jump, of course, not just bounce everywhere. I guess that's what the P-block markers are for, but we all know how I tend to read or not read those, so... Anyway. I feel like it should be possible to get into the fake out door at the end. Okay. Really interesting offset setups here, of course. All over the place. No, too late for that. I think there was one particular attempt when I saw the animation for that, and I thought that it was viable, but I guess not. But clearly we're missing some kind of coin, and that's maybe... Oh, I see. No, that's a total fake-out door, I think. It's just matched to the door that's in the middle of nowhere. Yeah, there's no off-screen information here, I don't think. Yeah, this door here in this screen that's above the moles, I think that's probably the match. And if that's the case, then we shouldn't have to worry about the fake-out door, because I think that's just a fake-out. But that doesn't explain to me where coin 1 would be, then. Because I am assuming that it's separated by checkpoints somehow. Let's let that thing wake up. Yeah, nothing's going to happen. But then there's also that key door that's by the red pipe. I think that's the key door that is matched to the ending, though. So the bonus screen would take you to the red pipe. Well, let's see the ending of this section here. Once we get Link. Because I strongly suspect that that will account for one of our coins. If we just kill the Buzzy at the end. Whoops. Just slipping forward a little bit there. Yeah, I really do get the sense I've already missed coin 1, but... we'll see about that. I just have to come back to this. Okay. Nope. Forgot to shoot everything again. Interesting how there is that red state block that's above the muncher just in case somebody miraculously makes it over without making a shot. Very tricky kind of quality check there. Okay, let's grab this. Okay, here we go. Now I wonder if there is something else I can do with the arrow shot. I don't see anything else. However, nope, that's nothing. Glad I paid attention to that though. What if I just toss a bomb down here? Yeah, there's clearly a platform underneath that. And look at that. Yeah, you can totally make contact. And that's one coin. But we're still missing another one. Let's take a look at the first section again. Because, yeah, the only reason to have a safety coin is if the first coin is in the first section. I'm going to assume that it means that it must be before checkpoint 1. How about we go up here and try to enter the pipe using the buzzy? I actually like that idea. Like, jump on a buzzy right away. That's too soon. But let's try to enter the green pipe. Nope, need to adjust the position a little bit. I think that's got to be it. That's by far the best candidate that I can see. And here it is, coin 1. Oh, I guess this is something to do with the title screen. Kind of interesting to see everything die there, though. Anyway, we found it. Let's try to clear the level and get the bonus. It was staring at me right in front of my face the whole time, so actually fairly easy to see. I just need to go back and remember to do it every time. And of course, the spike is actually a fairly good marker of where you need to get on board the buzzy. Yeah, very good placement of that, in fact. So, we found it. We just need to clean up the rest of the execution here. Okay. Nope. Let up a little bit on the full jump there. That was a mistake. Yeah, I was looking at the screen pipe and thinking that maybe it was an exit when I should have thought about it from the start as a potential entrance. Given that the level didn't have a particular reason for kicking me back that far. I think I was fixated on the fake-out door at the end for a little too long. That was the issue here. Okay. So far, so good. Let's not die here. We'll grab checkpoint. And that's going to save coin 1, which is great. So we'll grab this. Yeah, I love how responsive the mechanic is with practice, if you're paying attention, of course. It's always nice when you feel like you're getting better at a level that has a very unique mechanic. Because it tells you that things are going to behave reliably. We even got that on the first try, which is unusual for me. Nope. And then I choked. Okay. I don't even need to use the bomb at the end, I think. Even a downward thrust would be okay. We can fool around and try that. I mean, I was thinking about the downward thrust initially anyway. But then I thought that a bomb would be safer just in case, because we didn't quite know what was going to be buried under there and what the interaction would be, so... The bomb was just the safer method, since I knew there was a platform of some sort underneath the buzzy. But I didn't know exactly what was going on, so... No, no. Didn't hug the correct direction. Yeah, interesting how these muncher offsets kind of force a certain position here. Like, you do need to be aligned with the blaster in order to fall down safely, but what was not obvious to me at first was that you do need to continue holding right as you fall onto the Buzzy. Still wanted to meet his elements at a level right there with that bone shell. Okay, just barely got it. Sure, let's get this guy again just to prove a point. Nope, how did I miss? Huh. Oh, I let go too soon. Okay, I canceled out of it. I had the right idea and everything. It looked like I killed that Buzzy from below, but no, that was just a matter of timing as it hit the spike ball and was itself just autonomously destroyed. Okay, over here we go. Too late. But yeah, I spent about an hour on this level, but about half of that was secrets hunting, so I don't feel too bad about that. Lost a lot of attempts, of course, on things that I had already solved much earlier. But it pays to be attentive. Okay. Here we go. Tight timing there, but we can do it. And we can do that too. We're going to grab this, and we will now see what this is all about. Okay, bonus room. Good. I suppose it is. Well, I mean, I didn't see anything else to do in the main screen, so I guess we'll just finish it with the big mushroom. If I can. I mean, Super Ball's fine too, but nothing is actually going to get me up to the flag, I believe, so. We'll just go back here. Oh, I guess big mushroom... no, it doesn't quite destroy everything. You can partly destroy things. That was a terrible idea, but we did it anyway. The track is just to align everything. That's not indicating anything you can do, I don't think. Yeah, it's just there to drop objects into the right place. And give them a push, in fact. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. Well worth it to do everything the hard way. That was about a 1% level. I hope I didn't lower that too much. Actually, I raised it. It was a 0.99 when I came in. Here's the snake tops. Yeah, we'll do this one, and then we'll look at another maker after this. This was from late October, so it's a very recent level. Those are actually more like wigglers than snake blocks. Let's see what that's all about. Okay. Okay, so it's going to go back and forth? No, it only gives me one opportunity, so... We do need to wait, but then I do need to hit it accurately when it does come up. So it doesn't destroy everything, and then we'll go up and we'll just follow the timing as we go. So it is going to be a train level, but a spin jump train level based entirely on the fast spike tops on tracks. Way too early. Oh, okay, that's fine. We found bonus content, and we died. Yeah, a little bit later. Jonas Morkman, there is no Qbot today, but I do have the maker code if you want it. I do run viewer levels on the weekends, so I'll be running it tomorrow and the day after. If if you want to drop by for that, but today we're just playing a few makers off a private list, so. I feel like I was supposed to hit that note block. And that was supposed to give me something, probably a mushroom perhaps, to get me through here. Quality humor, did I remember to buy a ticket? Did I? And yeah, Jonas Morkman, I'm just explaining why the list command isn't giving you anything today. Did I remember to buy a ticket for a train? Oh, for this train, okay. Clearly not, which is why we're riding on top of the train in a very hazardous location rather than just having an easy time in a passenger carriage with everybody else. Whoops. It's more of a railway murder mystery, if you ask me. Except we know exactly what's been killing me. Okay, a bit of a timing fix there on that platform. There we go. Nice timing there, actually. Except, yeah, I did kind of need to hit in the middle over there. I actually got a little bit ahead of pace. So you do still need to watch the spike tops and aim. I think I entered everything too early to begin with, and that's what got me into trouble there. Oh, whoops, no. Yeah, this jump here, I think I just entered it with poor timing. I should have kind of gotten onto train dead center. Instead, I got on from that platform a little too early. Okay, yeah, double bounce there actually worked out. What was that all about? Oh, I guess I'm supposed to just stay on back and forth until I find an appropriate location for the key. Okay. I see. Ah, okay, and I'm supposed to continue riding that. I was, thinking about what the drop there was actually doing for me. I guess it's just there as a bit of a time control. Just have to get back on the train at the appropriate moment. Nope, just missed. Let's just take to death. Caught the train very conveniently down below, of course. Yeah, doing everything a little bit too early once again. Nope, too early when it comes to heading up to the note block. Yeah, I need to be a little bit further forward on the train, I think. I mean, it shouldn't matter too much because the takeoff location is marked by the coins. Anyway, I don't think it really matters how far along on a train I am, as long as I hit at the right location. Whoops. Now, does it matter that I lost a mushroom here? I guess we'll find out pretty quickly. I think it does. But I'm not supposed to hit a spike here anyway, so we'll see. Because maybe keeping the mushroom is an optional objective. It might be, actually, given that I haven't seen where an additional mushroom check would be in that location just yet. Whoops. So we'll go back and we'll try that. Try to do it cleanly. Maybe I didn't pay attention to something I've seen already when it comes to whether the mushroom is a hard requirement. Okay. Nope. Should have adjusted my timing and gotten a double bounce there at some point again. And we'll go down and down. Okay, this we know how to do. We'll try not to hit the spike. And boom boom. Wait. No, that's wrong. I would not be able to enter that way. Possibly I need to activate a block under the key door, or if I'm standing on top of the spike tops and taking damage, perhaps, does that work as a platform? I'm not actually sure. But maybe that's the mushroom check. I didn't actually take enough time to read what was going on with Boom Boom there. Yeah, it looks like it's a damage boost, but it took me a moment to read that just because I was also paying attention to Boom Boom to see if that was some kind of interaction I needed on the right side. Just needed to look at a few things at once there. I mean, you would need to adjust out of a spin jump and back to a normal jump if you need to damage boost, and in order to do that, I would need to think about where we're doing so. Yeah, no, I just jump on top of these guys. Oh, I see. Yeah, I can't go over to Spike because, of course, this is built on half screen and... Or is it? No, it's not built on half screen. I've been jumping up and down all over the place. Camera's been moving all over the place. But it might be the very top of the level. It is the top of the level. And if it is the top of the level, that means that's why I couldn't go over the Spike. And I was therefore unable to play with Boom Boom, except I need to think about the key, don't I? And then that would require some back and forth with Boom Boom to happen. Okay, no, I just didn't take the time to read that accurately yet. Shouldn't be too hard once I just get back here. Now, I can just take my time here, can't I? I think I can. Yeah, no, Boom Boom's not going to do anything for me here. I just need to enter with a damage boost like that. As quality humor correctly spotted. Anyway, here's CP. And we're going to get sniped again. Ah, that's an interesting way to make sure the level forces enough time to do the initial setup. I'm too late. I had to go faster and catch the train down here, and then we've got a few departure locations after that. I'm going to strategically skip that coin. Yeah, so the damage boost segment here is just to get everything loaded, so the player can't just stand there. Okay. Yeah, I really had to trust that. I didn't think about the high bounce at the end because I didn't read that quickly enough, but I can see what's supposed to happen here. Yeah, the setup area here is pretty interesting, for sure, just to get multiple trains on board. without even having to care about the intersection with player. And of course, for the sake of synchronization, you do need everything loaded off right from the start, just to have everything sync up and be totally camera independent when it comes to things scrolling in. And yeah. Whoops. A choo-choo train full of choo-choo jelly. You know, maybe that's a missed opportunity, Quality Humor, that they made The Legend of Zelda Spirit Tracks, a game that was entirely about trains. And while it's been a long time since I played Spirit Tracks, I think they didn't, in fact, have a train that was a choo-choo train, as in, you know, the choo-choos from the Zelda games. Missed opportunity there. Unless I'm misremembering and they actually had that, but I don't think it did. I played a lot of Spirit Tracks when it first came out, got the golden train and everything. I haven't actually touched the DS Zelda games since they released, though. Either that or Phantom Hourglass. Yeah, I think I was supposed to hold jump into that. Who knows? Well, you see, Quality Humor, all Reggie does on Twitter these days is tease everybody about Mother 3. He knows something we don't, naturally. It seemed like the localization of Mother 3 was kind of the one thing that was unfinished business from Reggie's era in terms of the big thing he didn't get done as president of the American branch. I mean, his tenure as president of the American branch pretty much coincides directly with the Japanese release of Mother 3, followed by its just never making it over to international audiences in an official capacity. Yeah, I think I just need to fall quickly, in fact. I have been a bit indecisive about falling quickly or falling slowly to catch the next train, and I need to make a decision. It's going to be one extreme or the other. We'll try a fast fall. The coins are obviously telling me something about that. Whoops. Reggie didn't respond to your previous request either? Well, I mean, you should have requested Mother 3. I actually do have the Mother 3 fan translation, which I'm told is actually a really good, thoughtful translation available on my machine. I might actually have that as a future streaming idea. If people are interested, I will do a Mother 3 fan translation playthrough at some point. You asked me to add Tony Hawk to Smash. Should have asked Tony Hawk. I've actually never played any of the Tony Hawk skateboard games. I just totally missed out on those, but I also just don't know much about skateboards. That might be a big part of that. But yeah, you know, the whole thing with skateboard and snowboard games and all that in the 1990s, I just didn't follow that trend at all. But a lot of that was happening in that sort of N64 and PS1 era when I just wasn't paying attention to console games. So it's not surprising that I would have just missed out on that. Add Reggie to Tony Hawk Pro Skater. Yeah, that's a great idea. His body is ready. You let me know if my audio is doing okay, by the way, today. Lately we've had some issues with my microphone kind of overloading at certain points in the stream. I hope that hasn't been happening today, but I haven't been keeping a very close eye on it. Yeah, but if you are a professional skateboarder, unless you're involved in some kind of sponsorship deal, or unless you are Tony Hawk himself, that would probably be a reason not to be playing skateboarding games. In a way that, you know, you would think that real guitarists wouldn't really be playing Guitar Hero. Or at least if they are playing Guitar Hero, like it would be with a mindset that this isn't actually playing guitar. Yeah, I remember when a lot of those skateboard arcade machines were all over the place, in fact. Arcades are in an absolutely dreadful state now. You know, people have this idea that arcades are dead. Actually, arcades are alive, it's just that we don't pay attention to them anymore because they no longer have stuff like Street Fighter. Instead, they just have the equivalent of mobile games, except on a larger screen. Like, literally mobile design, but on a giant vertical screen that's got much larger real estate to it. Like, you know, more serious traditional game design doesn't go to the arcade anymore because it's just totally split off from its traditional audience. Yeah, because you still have cinemas, for instance, have fairly active arcades. It's just that it's total junk what they have there these days. I thought East Germany was the GDR, the German Democratic Republic, or... Oh, no, I guess it's Deutschland. Yeah, no, I guess in English it's GDR, but not in German. I don't think there would be much of a point in bringing East Germany back now that John le Carré is no longer around to write about it. Anyway. Whoops. No, it's not a tightness thing. It's just that I don't have a good position on the spike top train. Like, I'm clearly not standing where I should be at that point. It's not a timing thing. I've got plenty of time to work with. It's just that I am not choosing the right position. Like, the corner there is not too bad. Oh, whoops, didn't realize it was going to go like that. I guess we need a damage boost gate at the very end as well. So, likely going to keep the mushroom. There is a guy, Quality Humor, I don't even remember his name because I don't follow him, or really should have followed him, but there's a fellow on Twitch who plays platformer games entirely with a dance pad. And I remember being aware of him because it was around a time that I was streaming 3D World earlier in the year, when I was replaying 3D World for some of the endgame content. And this fellow was doing 100% in 3D World on his Dance Dance Revolution pad, like doing Champions Road. By stepping around on a pad all day, and apparently it's just the shtick that he does, like doing ultra hard platforming content by dancing. I really should have given him a follow because I just don't remember his handle now, except it probably shouldn't be too difficult to find. Yeah, if you're stomping around on a hardwood floor all day to do your Kaizo tricks. Oops. Not enough forward momentum over there. Yeah, it seems like the coins are suggesting something fairly specific there when it comes to doing the fast fall. Indication around here is fairly subtle, which is nice. I mean, you know, you do have the Zeds doing their thing, just in case you don't know that you have to do that too. Get back on a spike top, but in general, I've found the indication system here to actually be fairly accurate to my needs, without being too noisy to read or anything like that. No, I was clearly supposed to go all the way over and then damage boost here. You have two right arrows that are facing towards the one-way panels. That's indicating to me that that's going to be, once again, falling and holding right. As with the holding right into the blasters in the last level that we saw. Because you need tons of forward momentum to hit each of those rotating blocks in mushroom form. As Super Mario. Okay. Let's get up here. And here we are. Yeah, it looks risky. It's actually not too bad if you just go for that right away. Nope. Was supposed to damage boost there. I'll have multiple opportunities to do so, so not too concerned. And once again, we're missing... Oh no, maybe that is just a standard exit, and I just need to do something about Boom Boom. I think I actually do need to kill Boom Boom if I want to get the key then, right? Let's go down and see. I bet that's what it is. I bet that's what it is. But then Boom Boom would need to be positioned to the left. It needs to be fairly precise then. I don't really have a second mushroom here. Yeah, no, I need to spin jump on top of Boom Boom and stay on top of Boom Boom so I don't die to his shell form. Let's redo this segment. You absolutely need to kill Boom Boom. I think I take a damage boost there and then I spin jump on top of Boom Boom indefinitely. That's the way to do it. We'll soon find out if I'm correct. I missed a mushroom. That was not good. Seems a bit extreme, yeah. I mean, Meng understands Boom Boom mechanics perfectly, of course, from some very intimate familiarity with what Boom Boom can do. So possibly there's something I'm not spotting here in terms of whips I'm capable of achieving. No, once again, let's do the boost over here. One up over here. One up here. You're not able to do it when you play this in your head. Well, I play a bit of everything in my head, that's why I do puzzle levels. I actually kind of prefer to beat levels in my head. I feel like that's totally doable. You just need to stay on him. Except... yeah, I would need to get him in that corner, spin jump, and then how do I get back out? That's an issue. Maybe that's not the method then, because I do need to get back out safely. Oops. Yeah, because once you kill Boom Boom, you would take damage there. And so the last stomp would need to get you back out, and so... the way he's tucked in, that would require you to make contact with the spikes. So I may be missing something. Some very important concept that will help me out there. Nope, same mistake. Well, grab this. Let's see here. Unless there's something I can do with Boom Boom's positioning. I mean, quite possibly Boom Boom isn't what to kill, and I just needed to keep a key from the start of the level or something, but I don't think so. I think I actually do have to kill him. Yeah. I mean, I might have just forgotten that there was a key that was obtainable much earlier in the level. Quality Humor, I said Mang was a Boom Boom expert. Cesium Atom I don't know, because I haven't really seen many Boom Booms in his levels. Cesium Atom is, of course, a mechanical expert as well. I feel like it is going to be a secret key earlier on. Let's just grab the clear first, and then let me see if maybe it was a key from the first part of the level. But then why would there be an opening to allow you to touch Boom Boom then? Let's just inspect this carefully. I won't necessarily do the secret route here. Just for the sake of time, because I do want to show off some other makers today. There's a key over here, but that's part of the required path. Nope. Yeah, that's part of the required path. Maybe there's a way you can reposition Boom Boom at the very end. But I don't see how, just given the spacing there. I think Boom Boom is going to be trapped in there. Because I can see that if you spin jump, you probably can kill Boom Boom, it's just that you can't get out. Unless you never take damage in the first place when you move towards him. But if so, I can't actually see how to do that. Boom Boom is also too big here to drop through the gap and die that way. And, yeah, quality humor. That sounds very suitably epic. Also quite classical. I am holding a key. Except that key is... Is it for the bonus room? From... Okay, I wasn't paying attention to this extra key. Wait a minute. Okay, no, it is a clear from start thing. Yeah. I just didn't pay attention to that key spawn at all. What is it based on? I am going to start over. Let me see. Yeah, okay, and no key spawn. Okay, yeah, we'll start over. Okay, it is just clear from start. We can hopefully do it. First section isn't too bad, so... I probably could have gotten quite a bit further on that attempt as well. Except I slowed down to pay attention to the key. And... well, the rest will just follow from there. Okay, get on through the door. Inspired by my favorite 80s band. I don't know that I have a favorite 80s band. I think I might have talked about this before when I was running things like 80s themed music levels that 1980s are a bit of a blind spot for me musically. Okay, let's pay attention here. Okay. Over we go. Okay, rescued that one. That could have gone quite badly. Next time you catch me in a viewer stream, I'll find out. Yeah, I'm sort of trying to reverse engineer it from your clue, and I don't think I have it yet, but maybe I will. At some later point. Oops, there we go. Let's pay attention here. Almost flubbing a few of these timings. I've had to rescue them at the last minute. Nope. This is doable, though. I mean, the drop is the main thing I'm worried about. And the first segment is really not too hard to recreate and redo. I say as I fail at the first segment. Okay, there we go. We have to do a lot of tiny manual adjustments there in that back and forth segment. But we got it. And yeah, no, I am very fond of the idea of doing long, no checkpoint platforming segments as a hard mode. That was the thing I really appreciated about the 3D World endgame, also about the hard mode in Donkey Kong Country Tropical Freeze. I always talk about Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair on the stream as a particularly good example of that, if you are familiar with that game, because Yooka-Laylee and the Impossible Lair, so that's the 2D Yooka-Laylee game, has a final level that is about 20 minutes long and consists of 4 parts, each with a mini-boss. So there are 4 mini-bosses in this 20-minute long platforming level with no checkpoints. Although over the course of the game you build up like a hit point pool. But then the true ending is to do it without that hit point pool and just do it as a standard platforming level. And it is fantastic. It's one of my favorite endgames in a platformer, for sure. I actually struggled quite a bit with Champions Road even once I had played it already. Like, I originally played it in co-op, though. I originally played all of 3D World in co-op. It's not easier in co-op. Some things about it... Well, unless you have, like, a massive bank of lives that people just keep tapping into back and forth, it's not that much easier in co-op. And to do co-op with a huge bank of lives is kind of cheesy anyway. It doesn't really count. But yeah, I had already beaten Champions Road originally on Wii U, and I went back to it solo on the Switch, and I still spent hours on it for the first clear. But then I was doing it with all 5 characters, and this was on stream back in April, I believe. And after spending hours and hours trying to do it with Mario as my first character, and Mario I think is the hardest character in that level, I cleared it comparatively quickly with the other 4. My fastest clear was with Toad, which I did not expect. And given that Toad doesn't have much of a safety net compared to Luigi or the princesses. But Toad is just very swift and controllable, so just very responsive. So I had a fairly easy time with Toad and a very difficult time with Mario. But yeah, I just had a series of Champions Road streams earlier in the year. Oh, you beat it with the Leaf. Okay, that doesn't count. Yeah, I remember when I originally beat it on the Wii U. I did it in co-op, and we kind of had a house rule of just resetting with the default bank of lives, which is 5 times the number of active players, I believe. And also with just the default Super Mario state. And so, if you remember back in a Wii U game, back when Miiverse was active, there was ghost data in 3D World, where after you clear a level, you could actually see other player ghosts, like you would in Mario Kart, and see the pathways of other people who had beaten it. And I remember after beating Champions Road, just with the default start of Super Mario, we went back over the level to clear it with other characters, and of course, the ghost data revealed that everybody else was doing it with the Tanuki suit. And they would just be hopping around and floating all day. No, it's a very pure platforming experience if you do it suitless, the way we were doing it. Just fantastically designed level. And yeah, huge fan of Tropical Freeze hard mode, as I said. I think Tropical Freeze, the levels are built at this scale of ambition in terms of developing their mechanics over a long scale of time, where, you know, a lot of average clears in that game are maybe about 3 minutes per level, which is large scale compared to a lot of Mario content. And it's really in hard mode when you see the concepts develop properly, kind of like a piece of classical music almost, that you really begin to appreciate the level design in Tropical Freeze. I think that's where it truly shines. You have to play it without checkpoints to really experience it. Game audio died. Luca, thank you for letting me know. I will reset that quickly. And then go back to telling Quality Humor how much I absolutely loved 3D World, in fact. Just one moment while we fix the audio. And yeah, Luca, you're saying you take Tropical Freeze design as an inspiration for your levels. Yeah, the thing about Tropical Freeze too is that everything is perfectly tuned for speedrunners or people who are very momentum based if you want to play that way. If you try to speed through the game, everything is just kind of perfectly placed to be convenient. And so I think the thing that's really magical about the level design in Tropical Freeze is that it accommodates both really fast and really slow players. You can take it slowly, you can explore, you can do things in a very nonlinear exploratory fashion, or you can speed through it, and it's a ton of fun either way. And I think that is really difficult in some subtle ways that people don't necessarily appreciate unless they are doing level design themselves, as you do in Mario Maker. Okay, let's continue. Yeah, I replayed Tropical Freeze to 200% a couple of times. I want to see a game or level inspired by Shostakovich. I feel like I may have seen something to that effect, but I'll have to think back. Like, we're not talking about, you know, the St. Petersburg Symphony or something like that. Like, but maybe the Jazz Suites and the Tahiti Trot. I actually did see a complete piano performance of the Shostakovich Preludes and Fugues a couple of years ago, and that was a very memorable experience. To see them completely presented in one sitting as a full cycle. Shostakovich's music isn't all despairing, though. I mean, there's a great deal of variety to it, because there was some stuff that he was kind of doing, you know, in line with what the Soviet Union was doing with its art politically, and there was some stuff where he kind of subverts that, and I think that's sort of why, like, Shostakovich is still somebody who's really retained this great lasting value as a composer. There's this novel I read a few years ago. It's called Europe Central. It's by William T. Vollmann, who I was talking about a few streams ago because he was the one who the FBI suspected of being the Unabomber. And he actually wrote a massive, like, 900-page novel that was substantially about Shostakovich in the St. Petersburg siege. Leningrad, as it was known then, I guess. The Siege of Leningrad, that was the inspiration for one of the symphonies. I mean, it was not just about that. Like, it was about a lot of the things going on in the Eastern European theater of the Second World War. Like, you're not going to fill 900 pages just with Shostakovich. Well, I mean, you could, but... like, it was substantially about, you know, what was going on in the Eastern Front at a certain period of time. But of course, one of the big things was just thinking about it in terms of art and culture and music. And yeah, it is very raw. Like, you don't need to be... The thing about Shostakovich is that you can appreciate most of what he's doing without, you know, necessarily having to read background on it or something. It's not like you need program notes to know what he's doing. I mean, it certainly helps. Like, when I saw the complete performance of Preludes and Fugues, it definitely helped to have some additional context for that, especially with the way that, like, the whole format of that piano cycle was kind of a response to Bach, right? And, but, yeah, definitely there's, like, tons of stuff going on behind what he was doing politically, and as somebody who's sort of falling in and out of favor with the Soviet government. But you don't need to know that stuff to appreciate the music. Like, you can listen to it and you still pick up on a lot of the content, and it is what makes him so rich as a composer. Okay. The Shostakovich jazz suites are actually quite nice too. They don't sound anything like jazz, they just have a shared instrumentation with jazz bands of an early era. But they do incorporate well, the Tahiti Trot, which is akin to the old standard T for 2. And yeah, I've always found those pieces fascinating for a couple of reasons. It's sort of interesting to see, like, engagement with jazz in the Soviet Union. Like, that's something that's kind of a pet subject for me. And anyway, let's head over here. You want to know a great way to piss them off? Refer to Shostakovich as Harry Potter. What, just in terms of the popularity of content, or because it looks good in film adaptation? You know what was a really unexpected occurrence of Shostakovich, actually, now that you mention it? There were a lot of things that were really funny about, well, the film that I refer to as Batman bin Superman. But of course, I mean, like, Batman v Superman, the legal battle that was the dawn of justice. You don't have to read up on your legal precedents in Batman v Superman. But the second funniest thing about Batman v Superman, musically speaking, is there's this bit with Shostakovich at the party, I think, where Batman runs into Wonder Woman, who's hacking something or other. The funniest thing is all the Cole Porter content. Like, clearly somebody involved with that production was a huge fan of Cole Porter. And I've only seen that film once. I saw it in the cinema, and I could not stop laughing at, like, the Cole Porter bit. That's totally out of place. It's probably sort of unintentionally funny, but, you know. And Atlantis, you're from the Philippines. You would know what I'm talking about when I say Batman in Superman, I think. Because Superman is a Filipino surname, I think. But anyway, the idea was that, like, there was this ID card that was a bit of an internet meme many years ago, where somebody whose family name was bin Suparman actually named their kid Batman. And yeah, I just remember that ID card being circulated. Oh, you think Shostakovich looks like Harry Potter? You know, I think his face is a little wider, but that's kind of funny now that you mention it. I think the classical musicians I know would actually get a kick out of that, but all of the classical musicians I've known have had a pretty great sense of humor about what they do, though. And possibly I just know the right ones. But in general, I find that people who are involved with things like symphony orchestras and chamber groups and such, they all actually have an excellent sense of humor. At least the ones in my experience. Okay. Let's pay attention here. No. As soon as I said let's pay attention here, we choked on one of the easiest jumps in the level. Yeah, this isn't that hard. I guess I have been on autopilot for a while, just because we're talking about classical music at the same time. But that's the streaming experience here for you. Okay. And then we'll get through here. Yeah, to go back to what you were saying about Tropical Freeze, I feel like Tropical Freeze is one of the few platforming games where the levels have this scale of ambition to them that you can really see the ideas have enough breathing room to develop to their fullest. Like, I feel like the length of the levels in that game is just perfect. I remember when it first came out and I was a bit concerned that there were only 6 worlds as opposed to, say, 8 in DKC Returns, but then you see the actual complexity of the levels in Tropical Freeze, and any concerns about the volume of content just disappear. Okay, so we have the key here, but we need the mushroom. I should have gotten here ages ago. I don't know why we took so long. I missed. I missed a door. I wasn't centered on the spike top. I thought that might be a concern, but I literally slipped right off the spike top while I was holding up. And it did not detect me as going in the door. I was looking at that too, and I was thinking that might happen, because, you know, when you get to the end with a key like that, you're thinking of what the possible fail states are. And I still hit that. Yeah, I love how Cesium Atom has been lurking here all this time to witness the sweetness of that moment. Okay. See, now Quality Humor, I'm thinking about, like, what other composers have interesting lookalikes. Whoops. Anyway, let's head down here. There we go. Look at a picture of Shostakovich in 1925 and you'll agree. Yeah, probably. Anyway, we've got Yoshi. We've got a star. We've got Team Jamp. We've got Clown Card Jank. Let's just get through here and take this to the finish. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. I originally had a level with an even lower clear rate lineup after this. I think we may still do it. It's just that I might not actually get through too many levels today. But thank you, Cesium Atom, for dropping by. Those were two excellent levels. I'm glad we could take the time to do the hard modes today. I may switch to something slightly easier just to change things around a bit. So, we are going... quality humor, I'll think about that and I'll answer in a minute. We're going to pull up another maker, and I'm going to surprise you all. Just give me one moment. But it will be, of course, another Korean maker, because that's what we're covering today. And let's bring up some levels by, if I can find this on my list. Okay, let's do a level or two, or maybe three, by Poltrus. Poltrus, of course, had also appeared in 6YM. We've got a level here that was cut content from 6YM, so we'll... Oh, you're actually here. I didn't know you were here, in fact. I didn't look at the list, so this is extremely convenient. Here's the maker code. And yeah, I was kind of curious about this because this was cut content. We tried to fix what administrator said, but it's hard to, so I'm expecting that there's something like a soft lock here. Or not a soft lock, but it's like an SD lock or something that Kavik is very picky about. But I was curious about some of these other levels too, so depending on how well we do, I'll try to do 2 or 3 of them. And quality humor, favorite composer, very difficult to say. I guess it depends on whether you're just talking about a classical context, because I am actually mostly from a jazz background, and so very tempting to answer that with some of what they call America's classical music, you know, Duke Ellington, Thelonious Monk, that sort of thing. Actually, there's an absolute ton of depth to Ellington. Once you really get into him. Let's see here. I guess we'll just poke around here until we find something else to do other than get through the door. Yeah, I guess everything is just preventing you from going, so let's just go through the door and play the level. I'm a huge fan of Rachmaninoff, actually. When you're looking at people who are kind of in the sort of Western European common practice of what we call classical music. Huge fan of Rachmaninoff, in fact. But I love the post-romantic harmonic vocabulary, and I think Rachmaninoff, particularly with piano repertoire, is where that reaches its highest point of development. So, that would probably be the first answer that comes to mind. Whoops. We need to stay above the line, obviously. That's what all these blocks are for, so we'll do that instead. Yeah, I see now why it's not Calvic approved, because of the way that it enforces those traps. No, it's not really an SD lock. You do have to die to those segments, so never mind. You do have to jump out of here and get on top of this guy. Yeah, actually there are many anti-SD lock mechanisms, like munchers falling on your head and other such things. Your favorite composer is Bach because of the puns. Yeah, no shortage of those. I don't know if he's the absolute punniest composer, though. Bach was a composer I appreciated more when I was no longer trying to play him. Because I think that if you are somebody like a music student, that it's very easy to just kind of get lost in the technical difficulties of playing Bach, and, you know, what you really need to do is step back and admire the structure on more of a macro level. I think that's easier to do as somebody who's just listening, or for that matter, listening to Bach that's played on an instrument other than what you play. Like, you know, if you don't play church organ, you listen to Bach views on organ, and really kind of get an ear for their complexity. Thank you for the follow. Whoops. Gotta respect the OG. I mean, you can definitely hear all of the Renaissance era early music specialists just grumbling from here. Whoops. You know, people who are just really irritated with the idea that classical music begins with the Baroque. Okay, no, I need to stop going right there. I don't know why I'm doing that, in fact. I think it's just D-pad inaccuracy in terms of... not mechanical inaccuracy from the controller, just my inaccuracy when it comes to pressing the D-pad. That I'm leaning a little too far forward in that area. How did Poltrus spawn at the right time here? Yeah, Luca, very curious. I assume that somebody just alerted the Koreans to this on a Discord or something, perhaps, but I don't know. Actually, Luca, it sounds like the kind of thing that certain people here would attempt to notify. Your goal with every musical take is to piss off at least a few people. While quality humor, there's an easy way to do that, which is to just have an opinion. You were here since Cesium's level, yeah. Thank you for dropping by. Hope you enjoyed watching that as well. I know that you've done a lot of Team Jam stuff yourself, and so I assume that you've played most of Cesium's levels. And gotten a few records in those, perhaps. Yeah, I shouldn't raise the fish that early. I need to let the fish bones go forward and track me first, and then I get on top of it. I'm jumping too soon there in that location, so we need to adjust. Okay, that was mostly fine, except I lost a bit of momentum going into that jump there. I don't need the SMP2 high jump, obviously. At that point, I just needed to build a bit of forward momentum to get off of the fish properly. Actually, in general, I don't need to be building the SMP2 jump. I should just not crouch and remain in a standard position, and I would actually be doing a lot better. unless there's a specific reason that I see to get into the high jump. Yeah, I need to let it start tracking me in a jump. I'm going too early. And yeah, Quality Humor, if you were actually kidding about Bach being your favorite composer, you're quite free to tell me who it is. I mean, maybe it is just Shostakovich, but who knows? Yeah, need to wait for the fish to launch. Doing much better now. Bonsai, bonsai, bonsai. Whoops, and I missed. Yeah. And a bit of a refresher on the SMB2 mushroom. Look at that, there's cake in this level. You can see that it's buried down below. And yeah, it is very hard to pick. I think stylistically, you know, you can't really compare apples to oranges. Ah, okay, so this actually is an SD lock location. That's why it's not Kavik approved. Still a fun level, though. Fun mechanics. As a metalhead, you like Vivaldi. Yeah, I guess if anybody's kind of doing the reverse of what I want to say Apocalyptica was doing with Metallica. Is that the right group that I'm thinking of? Is it like the one that did Metallica on cellos? Or used to do Metallica on cellos before they branched out into original material? Oh, it's not actually adept if you get crushed by the Muncher, but for some reason I did not spawn a Muncher last time. Okay. Nope. Yeah, that's just a timing issue. Just let it light up and then jump. Just need to be a bit more patient about that so I don't accidentally track it upwards. Okay, there we go. Nope. Fell a little behind pace there. How long did it take to make this level? Yeah, I guess if Ultras wants to answer that, you're quite free to do so. Nope. Once again, jumping too soon. Whoops. Yeah, Quality Humor, apparently it was very much a kind of 20th century revival of stuff like Four Seasons that brought Vivaldi back to prominence. That Vivaldi was definitely not as much of a presence in the public consciousness until Four Seasons started to be everywhere, until you had, shall we say, Four Seasons Total Landscaping. And yet, it is quite metal. Okay, let's get over here. There we go, checkpoint. And now I didn't see the opportunity to get the cake just yet. What do we pick up the bonsai? What happens here? Nope. We can't really intersect with it in a safe way. We could actually have come here, picked up the bonsai, then... Oh no, because if you take damage, you can't pick it up, since you're no longer in SMB2 form. Okay, I like that load in here. Nice little section. I'm playing a little sloppy here, but I am thinking that maybe there's a pipe back to cake in this second section here. Yeah, because you can see this red pipe here. I feel like this second pipe that's pointing down is what gets you to the cake. And if so, we would be looking for a red pipe entrance in this zone. Whoops, need to follow momentum, but I did so a little too aggressively here. You made a Four Seasons level just for the puns, yeah. Did it have a lot of springs? Alright, let's get back in here. Nope, not quite. Well, it's an 8-second level, so it only has one spring, I see. Spring only comes once. A year, when a year only has 8 seconds. Oops. Yeah, when I land, I keep making poor adjustments to my momentum. We'll try to fix that. Oh, whoops. No, it just didn't read the spikes on top of the icicle. You can tell from stuff like the spikes on top of the icicle that maybe the level is fairly tight on entity limit. Who knows? Yeah, because, of course, that's a very budget-efficient way of doing that. On the other hand, you do have some decorative stuff like the burners. Boom booms. Now, that's a pretty crazy sequence. I feel like we missed something. I'm going to go down and check since we got checkpoint anyway. I want to see if there was something down here. No, there isn't, but worth checking. Audio cut. Okay, let's fix that up. Thank you for letting me know. Second time that's happened today, but we'll hopefully not encounter that too often. It's been better lately than it had been on my stream in a long time, so we'll see. Hey, back in just a moment. Okay, audio should be back now. And functioning. It's a door here, so we're still in Subworld, which is important because it means that we should still actually be looking for a way to get cake, if possible. Either that or I just missed it in this whole area here, so... I think this is going to be a back and forth, though. Until we hit Boom Boom a few times. Whoops. And we will die here because I do need to keep the SMP2 mushroom to do this. And yeah, there is some kind of detection that drops the Munchard when you lose SMP2, I think. Whoops. Once again. Yeah, some kind of detection going on. Quite a lot going on mechanically to make this level work, especially with the spawning locations in the earlier platforming segments. That's a key. I wonder if both key doors are matched. Yeah, here. That is correct. Notice the red pipe that's on the left side here. I don't know if that's just decorative, but we are looking for some kind of red pipe to take us back in, because now we're in the main zone and we're missing something. But what do we toss this guy? Does he get me a key? Okay. Actually, I couldn't quite tell who was holding the key there since they made contact with each other. And here's the... Ah, okay. There we are. There's Cake. I probably don't want to jump up here, do I? Unless... Yeah, there is a block preventing that. So we don't get Cake locked. Yeah, so I guess the red pipe here was just decorative. So we didn't actually need to think too hard about this one. And 3 1-ups for Endless. Oh, also the fishbone stays there, so it's not like that was time sensitive. But there we are. And thank you for the GG. We'll have time, I think, to do at least 1 or 2 more by Poultice, since you're here to watch. Let's take a look at Windy Wendy. He thought she was the ugliest, jankiest Koopaling. That is correct. Game audio is higher pitched to normal. That's unusual. Sometimes I'm told it's tuned a bit lower, but maybe it was actually sagging a bit lower before. I mean, hopefully it'll get corrected with time. We'll see if it continues to be an issue. We'll give that a listen and try to fix it. Ah, okay, we need to run. Otherwise Wendy... Oh, Wendy is telling me to run. Okay. Somebody might want to tell Wendy that... Oh, I see. We just need to get ahead of the ring. Because we're going to clear a path for myself, but then when I do that, that's also going to clear a path for the ring to deflect and follow me as a single projectile, so... But I do need to hit accurately. I'm a bit off-center, which is why I'm hitting the bumper. Wendy's telling you to run, and of course you get trapped immediately. Wendy's totally toying with me here, of course, giving me a chance by giving me the instruction to run even though she is herself trying to. Make quick work of me here. I do have to go over to bumper. I need to buy myself a bit more time, I think. Okay, let's not overshoot that. Okay, got that. That's gonna bounce. I guess... Yeah, I need to take care of Boom Boom fairly quickly. The audio is not good. Yeah, let's fix it. Let's fix it. Thanks for letting me know and confirming that it's enough of a problem to be a distraction. Hopefully not too many more of these problems. Yeah, my last stream was a bit buggy as well, I think. But these things will hopefully get sorted out. Okay, do let me know if you get a clean audio feed now. Probably should have some stream music on backup just in case of issues like this. Okay, good. That Boom Boom had already been hit in advance once. Anyway, double Wendy here is going to chase me through, and I'll need to read where to go at any given time. Oh no, that's a no. I do need to slide under that. Got a very tiny bit of noise at 2 spots, but practically there's no issue. Yeah, I think the noise now might actually be coming from my mic and not from my main feed, so we'll see. Everything's just been glitchy today. But I'll try to keep an eye on that. And yeah, because apparently my microphone had been introducing a few pops on one of my previous streams, from what people were telling me. Okay, I was just a little bit too slow there. You're sure audio has gone completely? I actually do read it as functional. So now something must really be going wrong, because I'm seeing that it came back. Okay, let me know if it's out of sync or anything like that. Because sometimes when it comes back by itself, it can be glitchy in some other ways. Alright, let's fix it. Yeah, sorry about all the interruptions. But if we continue to have lots of issues, I may just have to do it without game sounds, so we don't get so much interruption. So I'll see if we can find some kind of solution. It's a good thing we're not doing music levels today. Yeah, quality humor. The thing about doing a stream soundtrack, though, is that it potentially gets me into copyright strike problems with Twitch. And I'd have to be sure, and it might lead to the VODs getting muted at the very least. And that would be bad. Because we already have issues. Whoa, my mic is now way off. 1 second. 1 second here, let's see. We'll just try to fix this bit by bit. Yeah, okay, hopefully the mic is going to be fixed as well. And no, quality humor, the issue is that even if classical music is public domain, sometimes, even for people who are playing classical music live on their own channels, on their own instruments, you can run into issues with copyright detection because there are recordings that would be automatically detected as similar that are under copyright. And so you'll actually hear a lot of musicians complain about this, that they run into copyright traps even though they're doing stuff that should be perfectly within bounds. And it is dumb, but like, one of the things I've run into repeatedly is that there is a bogus copyright claim on the Super Mario World castle music from a track that's actually a remix of the Super Mario World castle music. If you leave the track running for long enough, like I sometimes do on a puzzle level, you actually set off the copyright detection. Anyway, thank you for the GGs. And sorry once again about all the interruptions. But hopefully audio is just going to remain functional from here. We can probably do one more from Poltris. 1 or 2 more. Since Meng is here, we should do the Red Sonic, just to see how this compares. And yeah, quality of humor, I'm sure you've seen the YouTube classic, which is just one guy iterating over Pokeball's Canon and D and just singing all of the songs that are set to it. Or, well, obviously not all of the songs, but many of the songs that are set to the Canon and D bass progression. Anyway, here's the Red Sonic, not Knuckles or Spiny. We're going to step on Red Sonic. You seen Hacklebell's chicken? That sounds intriguing. I might not have run into that. Okay, so we didn't step on them, but we definitely got a bit of a hit in here. Oh, somebody's playing it on a plastic chicken. Yeah, that sounds like somebody... that sounds like something that people would do on YouTube. I missed. We'll need to keep the power up to survive the rest of the way. Although it looked like I could actually have enough invincibility frames to get on Divine. But I would assume there's another power-up check that comes at the end of that. No, I keep forgetting that that's going to release by itself. So let's start over. The first result, if you look for Pokeball's chicken, yeah, I would assume so. I mean, there can only be so many. And then we go left here. Okay, I see. And up we go. And yeah, there is, of course, an SMB2 check along with a Podoboo to kill you if necessary. Now this goes faster. Sonic speed. Nope, missed that. And then, yeah, just need to stay in the sequence and eventually exit at the very end. Okay, I see what's going on. Ah, I see. So the reason that the Podoboo is there as an anti-soft lock is in case you go backwards after checkpoint. You don't want to soft lock yourself, obviously. We don't want to start over. Pokeball Red. I actually don't remember the title. It's an old video. Like it's something from first generation YouTube that I'm thinking of. It might be the one if it has like millions and millions of views. Whoops. Yeah, I wasn't paying attention to that ground block ceiling there. Okay. Nope. Ah, I see. I'm just too far to the left there, and maybe not maintaining enough jump height, so... Interestingly enough, if I maintain damage frames there... yeah, I guess I need a high jump off of the spiny shells at the end, and that's what prevents you from just trying to cheese it with invincibility frames. You do, in fact, need a high jump for the ending. I'm still losing too much forward momentum there. I wonder why. Probably just leaving too early. Oh, I see. No, it's because I'm bumping on my head on that ceiling too. Like, I should be going on the right side arrow. I should be doing 2 bounces, actually. That's what this is. I do 1 short bounce and then 1 high bounce. And that's why you have 2 arrows pointing upwards. So that's the adjustment I should be making. Not enough room to do that, though. Not enough time to do that either. We need to rethink that. Okay. Ride out the front of the train, and then there we go. Very clean. And up we go. Let's check the pipe. Oh, nothing. Okay. Okay, thought I'd check anyway. Okay, nothing breakable here, but I guess we'll grab these and go. Yeah. I've been picking easier ones because, of course, we spent way too long with the cesium atom ones earlier, but we'll maybe do one more. Because there is one that's newer than this. Thank you for the GG, and thank you especially for the level. Let's see some Boom Boom. So we have another level marked as a boss battle here. Boom Boom got the turtle chance. Well, let's see it. Cesium Atom actually has the world record on this one. And then we'll switch to a different maker after this one. Okay, that's what Boom Boom's going to do here in 3D World. Need some anger management, clearly. It's fun to watch him just spin, actually. Anyway, let's go. Okay, have to... Oh, I see. So the Boom Boom train that's being propelled forward is going to chase you. It is going to be a chase. Interesting. I'm too busy admiring the setup here. Yeah, it follows the ant. Interesting speed control. I'm trying to watch myself and play the level, but I'm also kind of admiring the setup to see what's going on there with the pushing mechanism. Yeah, because I see that it gets the... I'm just watching this just to see what's happening. It lowers the thwomp. The thwomp's not actually activated yet, but it is being used as a block that's part of the push. Yeah, because once the switch is released, then it's just a conveyor pushing everything. So it's just conveyor based, for now at least. But then the Boom Boom is able to destroy all the blocks and chase you that way, such that if you are ever at the bottom segment, you are going to be confined and you die. If you are in the top segment, you have to stay ahead of him anyway, but that's how you enforce keeping the player on the top level, just by using Boom Boom mainly as a way to destroy the blocks, and keeping him indefinitely and going with that rightward movement that's been set up at the very start. Very neat. Very cool idea. Okay, dash penalty here. Oh, okay. I'll need to hit once. For some reason I thought I might have to hit more than once, and so I didn't position myself very accurately there, but go like this. And we'll just try to stay ahead. Whoops. Nope. And then let's go. Whoops. Getting too many corners. Okay, we'll go up this way. Listening to cello players talk about Canon and D is always funny. Yeah, I would assume that it's practically a drinking game for them at some point. Okay. Works for ensembles of multiple cellos is actually really interesting, like people who compose for 8 cellos or something. Nice finish there with the exclamation block. Yeah, of course we're grabbing this while we still have time. Nice little one-up bonus at a checkpoint, of course. Now, what do we do about this skip squeak? Oh, cannon box, okay. Okay, so we're stuck down here, yeah. Just gonna scout ahead, I guess. Although everything is likely well protected. Really interesting idea. I didn't actually check the right side pipe properly. Okay, nothing. I do like the ceiling design here, by the way, just by having like this totally connected series of pipes. Long jump. And that peels that off, and then we... Whoops, I'm a little bit slow. I think I lost time with one of those steps there. I was doing the right thing, just not reading it quickly enough. Probably losing some time to one of my chart shots, when I should just be going forward instead of turning back ever. Also, some accuracy issues here with entering that pipe, and then you have to bounce upwards to be projected into the clear pipe that's on the top right there, on that last screen, so... Yeah, I just need to keep facing forward, maintain momentum as much as possible. Seem to be doing much better for time this time around. And that's a wall jump to the left. That's very clear, in fact. I just didn't execute that correctly. I enjoy hearing people talk about their pet passions. Well, I mean, it's people who are most knowledgeable and passionate about something who are going to have pet hatreds in the first place, right? Like, once they kind of know something well enough to really be clear about their irritations with something they know extremely well. Like, you can always tell the difference when people are extremely negative or critical about something. You can always tell when it's coming from somebody who genuinely loves the subject matter versus somebody who's kind of complaining about it from the outside, right? Where you'll see somebody just go ballistic on something they really don't care for, but you can tell that they just fundamentally care about that art form or whatever else it is they're criticizing. Okay, so that got ahead of me, and that's a problem because it locks like this, which is a really interesting way of enforcing that. Using the blaster height at the very end to ensure that you have to stay ahead. Yeah, a lot of the mechanisms that's enforce the player's actions here are very interesting to watch. Whoops. Yeah, I'm hitting jump too soon, which is why I'm wall jumping back rather than hitting the platform accurately. I do need to land on the bounce platform first before I try to hold down jump. Actually, no, I need to hold down jump before I hit a wall, I think. Because then I can slide against a wall and then drop down accurately. Yeah, good race levels. Especially good race levels where you have a lot of agency as the player. Where it's not super tight, but at the same time you still need to make good decisions on the fly. Okay. Might as well go through while the P-switch is still active for some reason. And I was trying to get over him and onto the thwomps on the right side. I guess that is just a segment that tries to trick you out. Or I just wall jump over, actually, before he hits. Okay, that just blocks. Can I do anything with them? Not really. That's okay. Big finish. Yeah, I can see why you have the checkpoint there at the very end in case people decide to experiment a little. Yeah, thank you for that. Great levels. Okay, let's take a look at a different maker. We'll spin them up in just a moment. And thank you once again to Poltrus for that excellent set. And we'll bring somebody else up shortly. I won't be able to get through everybody that I wanted to today, simply because we spent so long on the opening levels, but we'll try to pull up something interesting. Okay, this is, I think, a very well-known maker, very popular. This is Persia. Usually, we show off a lot of Persia's very thematic and often easier creations. We're going to take the time today, since we have time, to do things that are more platforming oriented, down around the 1% range. So we'll do one or both of these levels depending on how they go. And this is the maker code. Yeah, let's start with Detonator. Full jump recommended. It's got a TS tag, but 1% seems higher than usual for shells, so we'll hopefully be able to bounce on it okay. Full jump is recommended. 2 checkpoints, bombs will make your way. Let's see it. Okay, that's why full jump is recommended. Because you just need to hold down jump the whole time and then up throw the bomb into the switches. And then spin, of course. Yeah, very different from the usual kind of level we play from Persia, which is why it's sort of interesting to, see a maker like this step way outside her usual style. And still deliver something that's going to be quite engaging. Okay, no, need to hit the question block there first, to jump on a mole, and then... yeah, something is going to spring out to the right, so we'll do that once we accept the opening jumps. Every time you play a full jump level, you feel you have to relearn Mario afterwards? Oh, in terms of just getting back into controlling jumps, or do you mean something else? Okay, there we go. You have to double hit here. I just didn't hit that very well. Look at that wiggler. And yeah, I'm really not in the habit of doing max or min bounces everywhere as well. I also do. I make micro adjustments all the time just as a habit, and it actually gets me into trouble with some harder levels. Because often, you know, full jump or full speed actually is the best solution. Yeah, I didn't read that part very accurately. Let's try to get back into it. Ah, I see. Okay, you throw, you land on a mole, and then it's going to be short bounces down below. Switching between your style and Kaizo is tough. I mean, switching between any non-Kaizo style and Kaizo, I think, can be a bit of an adjustment. But yeah, I find that whenever I play a level that's of a certain pace, I mentally get kind of stuck in that pace going into the next level. So I play a speed run, and then whatever level follows it, I am immediately just in the mode of thinking go, go, go. Whereas if I'm playing something slow and then I play a fast level after that, I have a tendency to take too long to read everything. Okay, just need to watch that landing. I did find that one spike block a little hard to see here, yeah. The bomb's landing location, so that's something we'll have to watch out for, because I will need full forward momentum there to get through everything accurately. So there is a decent amount of leeway in this level, though, in terms of having some flexibility when it comes to your movements to do a bit of self-correction. Nope, wrong way. Shell direction will matter. Okay. Yeah, it's going to be short bounce, high bounce, and then throw the bomb to the left for another on-off switch. If I understand that correctly, so. And losing a bit of momentum there, probably because we didn't follow that full jump advice. And quality humor, I'll read what you said about your level in just a moment. Yeah, I need more left to right momentum going into that last bounce onto the flying bomb. The level you're working on starts with 4 controlled jumps if you want at speed. I'm trying to visualize that, but I think I get what you mean. But yeah, you're going to get a bit of control whiplash for sure when it comes to jump control. Switching back and forth so rapidly. Okay, great. Love that timing on the double interaction there. Nope. We need to jump, we need to release, we need to land on the shell, obviously. After all this time, I still don't have good muscle memory for shell release into full jump, where you just hold B and let go of Y. I still don't really have that in my thumb, even though it's the bread and butter of so many Kaizo levels. Very satisfying to get that bounce, of course. We need to catch the bomb a second time after bouncing on a shell in the lower location, and then up throw the bomb from there. No, need to bend left, land on a shell, up throw the bomb, land on the flying bomb. Very clear what needs to be done, it's just a matter of doing it. And then I need a later throw than what I'm doing. And once again, the timing should work out precisely enough to drop me... Yeah, it's really interesting how this level does that, because some bombs are going to be prepared ahead of time in terms of when they start out detonated. And the other ones that follow them in terms of timing are basically going to be jumps that you can only make within a certain window. Like, because you're landing on a moving target with that buzzy shell, there's a great deal of control over the player's positioning. Like, the player must go out of that bomb pickup in a certain way, and there's no flexibility there because of the way the buzzy shell is kind of careening back. And because of that, you're able to get a consistent timing between 2 consecutive bomb detonations. Because the first bomb is always going to go off at a pretty specific time, just given that it's based on when it spawns in. which is going to be camera-based, of course, as you go over some unavoidable jump that scrolls it in. Oh, whoops. Okay. No, I'm still overshooting that. I do have to bend back. And some of the bending back here, I think, is also partly done for camera control for later spawns, perhaps. Okay. And yeah, with so many blocks there, I wasn't quite reading my next destination accurately, but we got through a pretty big chunk all at once on the first try, so... no, lost too much momentum there. Yeah, pretty gentle for a Shells level, mostly because it's so much about pure horizontal positioning and everything is going to be a max or min jump. I actually am controlling some jumps here, but it has not gotten me into trouble. It is usually in situations where the landing on the target is going to be pretty intuitive to me, so I'm not getting any timing issues by not fully committing to full jumps everywhere. Nope, too early on that bomb throw, though. And I lost too much momentum there. And yeah, I had that previously, but we'll see if I can fix that up somehow. Yeah, I see what's going on. I'm kind of pulling back to the left to get onto the flying bomb when I need to not cut my rightward momentum. Yeah, the momentum going into that bomb is 100% of the problem here. Well, 90% of the problem. The other 10 is just throwing the bomb accurately into that slot. There we go. And yeah, just doing things in sequence here is all that's necessary, and then it's going to be a sequential series of on-off switch releases all at once for that big finish. Very fancy that the timing works out as well as it does, as we were saying before. Of course, the player, once again, only has a very specific timing that they can do here, so let's hit the boss. Okay, once again going to be... Oh, okay, should have thought about that. Really interesting way to do the classic Wendy style fight, actually, if you think about Super Mario World. That's closest to what's going on with her pipe setup, even though the Koopaling is not itself coming out of the pipe, but you can see in advance when the spawns are going to happen, so we'll need to hit the on-off switch to release bombs from the pipe. Once we release bombs from the pipe, then we use them as part of the up throw. And that's how this concept is going to work and cohere with what's been going on the rest of the level. Now you just stand a little bit off-center, then you're okay, I think, when it comes to dodging the Podoboos coming out of the pipes. Of course, you are under a bit of spatial pressure when you do that. Okay, managed to salvage that despite missing the first throw. Oh, and of course the Podoboo lighting up the bomb is a bit of an issue. Let's get the replacement mushroom. Very nice of the level to give me that. But at a timed interval such that it's not very spammy or anything. And yeah, we have another mushroom released over here. It is, I guess, based on a power-up state, where it doesn't come down until you lose a mushroom. Lots of subtle things going on off-screen here to make this work. Great fight. Yeah, excellent fight. We're missing something here. Oh, you need to carry a bomb through with you. Okay. I feel like I want to take a death if I can, but the only way is timeout, so I don't think I can. Wait, oh no. There's a marker over here to jump off Yoshi. That's for another coin, though, so let's redo it. Let's redo it, and we'll carry a bomb out at the end this time to get through the bonus door. Thank you for the GG. We'll try it again, obviously. And it is doable from last checkpoint, of course. Okay, here we are. And just need to maintain momentum and fix up the same mistakes as earlier. Yeah, the clear itself was a really smooth experience. Okay, let's do this. And then that will get me through the first zone fairly expediently, which is nice. Well, once again, I need to remember to bend backwards here to get on top of the shell. Yeah, and that's very much a timing element, I think. Oh, yeah, need to bend back. It's something that is very visible, but at the same time kind of counterintuitive. If you have all kinds of habits about where jumps are supposed to go too early on the bomb. But it's a quick level, actually. Once you learn how everything works conceptually, it shouldn't take too long to redo all of this stuff. Beautiful timing when it comes to entering the final column. So yeah, we'll need to take a bomb through at the end. That's the main thing that needs to be done here. Okay. Nope, let's get the bomb. Oh, the timing just didn't work out too well that time, but we should be able to get back in and do it. Okay. Of course, you have a very limited number of bombs just because of the on-off switch reset. That makes you go back and forth. Oddly enough, it does make me think of Donkey Mint's Tony Montana Mole level, I think it was. Which has a fight that's also kind of based on this back and forth with, in that case, releasing POWs rather than a bomb. But another similar kind of setup in terms of using an on-off switch on the left side and then surviving some platforming to grab a flying weapon coming in from the right side. Where you have a limited opportunity to do so before you get smacked by the reset. Luckily, even if you miss slightly with the bomb throw, the detonation still inflicts the damage that you need. Yeah, sometimes the on-off switch timing just isn't going to quite work out when it comes to the bomb being ignited. Okay, let's not die here. Let's grab one additional bomb before we go through the key door. That's all there should be to it. But you don't want the bomb to light up in advance, obviously. It's gonna hot potato this thing over. And through we go. Secret! This is a very classic Persia style secret where you just gives you everything at the end. And sure, let's go for the coins while we're at it. I mean, there's a green Yoshi over here. A red Yoshi can do this one just fine. We will need green Yoshi for the one on the left, though, so... let's just sail over here and totally miss. There we go. And get on red, and we're out. Let's do another one. Let's do Power Up Detector, and then I will probably switch to one more maker after this. But then that will likely be all we have time for today. Power-ups will activate the on-off switch. It is going to be a state detector. Really interesting to see what Persia has done with this concept, which we've seen since late last year, if it's the kind of mechanism I'm thinking of. If it's based on freeze frame rather than something else. I mean, I guess freeze frame detection would activate when you lose a power-up as well, but we'll see if that's the case. Try the power-up. Yeah, and then it's a freeze frame based on switching states. So we do need to grab it on the way down. It is required. And notice how there are no damage sources. You just die to the poison. And so I think it is just a pure freeze frame detector every time you switch power-up states. Very quick activation on this as well, in fact. And I'm going to totally miss. Yeah, this has been a concept that I've been very interested in seeing exploited ever since it was shown off by Getcha or General BB last year. Therymon's level in 6YMM, of course, uses this for the monkey's power-up level that's based on hit detection up to 3 hit points. If I understand it correctly, it's the same kind of mechanic. It's just based on the freeze frame trigger. Yeah, once again, just pure platforming. No damage sources whatsoever. Okay. And of course, you're up in the air for long enough whenever you grab the power-ups. Like, all the power-ups are placed rather high, so you have enough falling distance before everything gets triggered properly. So once again, I think it's going to be state detection because now you do have a damage source. But it instructs you quite clearly that taking damage creates this. Hang on. Let's see if we can actually get in here. There we go. Oh no, you do need to hit. Now, do I get a mushroom at checkpoint, or... I don't, so this coin is only obtainable from the start. Let's see the level first so we know what we're dealing with. I'll have to replay it at the end, I think. To start from the beginning in order to do what we need. Also, notice that all the jumps are going to be slightly harder when you are only one tile high if you do choose to take damage. Or, whoops, yeah, and then you need to take damage from that to land accurately. So, okay, let's do this over here. Nope, bad timing once again. You get plenty of warning for when the spike ball is beginning to spawn from the pipe, so I should be able to do that a bit more accurately. Okay, let's do this. Nope. Still not quite catching that. I think I need to jump as soon as I see it spawn. We'll find a timing, because the sooner we research that now, the easier it will be to do the hard mode objective afterwards. Okay. There we go. And, yeah. It's fairly familiar. And, yeah, once again, that's going to be something that we'll need to be aware of. Yeah, I guess even if you do become small and grab the bomb for the coin 1, the power-ups will get you in the right state to be tall for all of this, so height is not an issue. It's going to be consistent by the way that we do it, so I have to look out for a coin 2, of course. It's hard to see the required number of coins against this background art, but as you can see, 3 coins total is going to be a 2 and a safety. Nope. Didn't fall in there accurately. Yeah, I do have to get this down very comfortably if we're going to do the bonus. Even if it is going to be the very standard kind of Persia secret room. Oh, whoops, nope. Too quick. Okay, let's go through here. Nope. At least we have a bit of an opportunity to plan. Not going to be true of every segment, of course. Well, nope. Oh, I ducked into that somehow. That was unfortunate. Probably just a bad habit. Okay, forward we go. Then... Nope. Yeah, this kind of long-distance timing check, of course, is something I do struggle with very, very often. We'll see how quickly we can get it down straight. Just going to let that drop out. Nope, too soon. Okay, up we go. Let's try this again. Nope, too low. Which also meant I was too late. It is a difficult one to catch, but you do need to, as I said before, hit fairly high so the detector has time to respond before you drop into a lower platform. In a free fall that takes place over the course of one screen. There we are. Yeah, for Lemmy's second ball here as well, we should maybe take the time to actually time it out properly. Or just not accidentally duck. That's helpful too. You do need to get on top of the muncher here. And then... Wow, that looked like such an easy jump to make. That was not the case. Okay, I could see how doing the full route here could in fact be tricky. I don't know if we'll be able to do it today, but we'll see. Up we go. And I want the ball a little further to the right so we get full momentum going there, right up against the wall. Let's wait for the next muncher. Yeah, I think you need, well, a decent amount of forward momentum. You can start like that. Now we need to think about coin 2 here, of course. Now how on earth do we do that? I don't know if we actually needed a power-up for that then. Or just needed some ice to help me out here. Curious. Or maybe it's just a particularly tricky edge jump. Yeah, that's correct. Okay, so now we know how that works, at least. And we'll have to do it again when we start from scratch. Okay, mushroom and damage. So probably going to be a muncher once again, spawning down below, except we need to not die to that. And of course, if we collect coin 1 and do the second part in one try, then it preserves both coins, and so I don't need to one-shot everything from the boss, I just need to one-shot the second segment. Okay. Tricky, but doable. Now what? Oh, okay, so the level changes quite a bit, in fact. Very neat. And then one more. Here we go. I bet there's a bonus for doing it with the mushroom, except nothing else gets you across, so I guess you can't actually go back. And yeah, we're missing one coin, but I know how to get it. It's just that we do need to one-shot second segment, which is going to be difficult, but might as well see what else is up here. Hi. Why, hello to you too. Yeah, I'm sure the secret room will just be a couple of power-ups that say secret, but I kind of want to do it anyway, just the principle of the thing. Okay, let's start over. And yeah, the first section, fairly understandable. Mostly the timings in the second section that worry me. There probably is a smooth first cycle way to do all of this, but nope. Red pipe timings are going to get me every time. I should actually just try to do it fast. See how it works out. Maybe not. Oh, whoops. Trying to be too gutsy here. Okay. There we are. Nope. I knew that was not going to go, but still I did it. Yeah, just gonna try to make it nice and smooth. Okay, there we go. Nice and early bump on that. That's all we need. Make this work. And then, yeah, that's fairly simple. That's fairly generous. Okay, now this is going to be the tricky part. Grab this first. Why did I even get the checkpoint first? Or was I required to in order to get the power up? No, I didn't think so. Oh, okay, no, because obtaining a checkpoint does give you the mushroom, doesn't it? Yeah. Yeah, that's how it's done. Okay, let's not choke on the easy stuff. Not expecting to one-shot this, of course, given that I had a fair bit of trouble with it. Nope. Not even close. Okay, here we are. Yeah, this stuff is smooth once you do know it. Okay, that went smoothly. Hopefully it can go that way all the time, given that we'll have a couple of repetitions there. But no, you know what? No. I should not hit checkpoint like this. I am perfectly capable of grabbing the coin before checkpoint. I've completely misread this. Let's just do it that way, in fact. It'll save so much time. Yeah, no, I completely misunderstood it. We don't need to repeat this every time. Doing everything the hard way as always. Nope. Next one. Yeah, making this much harder for myself than I needed to. Okay, we are not grabbing checkpoint. We're going to take damage first. Yeah, I should have noticed that well in advance. Now we grab checkpoint. Now we go. Yeah, just not paying attention. That's okay. That's all we were missing, in fact. If I had just restarted there to begin with, instead of proceeding, I would have noticed that. And so now we're free to fail here all we want. Okay. Going to go through here. And no, still too soon. It does need to be visible, but I need to go immediately when it is visible. The rest of this should be quite simple, in terms of getting coin 2 as well as the boss down. Love how there is that one gap on the right in that screen just to make sure you're paying attention to your momentum. Okay, that's fairly straightforward. This part will wait. And then... yeah, see, that wasn't bad at all. We do want to preserve coin before checkpoint. Here we go. And then... boss time. Yeah, anticipating that a bit too early. Really interesting how it swaps over from the Cannon 2 to Donut Block, though, for the third sequence, just to keep things nice and fresh for each iteration. Nope, still too early. Now, I didn't have too much trouble with the POWs from the pipe the last time I was here, but you never know what will suddenly be a problem. Yeah, just need to be fairly quick. As you can see, in terms of the animation, I can, in fact, get slightly into the poison in terms of the artwork before I am officially dead. So it's easier than it looks in some ways. Not that easy. Getting a bit complacent. But yeah, if I can do the POWs consistently, that's all it takes. Living dangerously here, but you can do it. And that's it. Hey, pretty straightforward. And once again... ah, okay, so it tells you the detection setup. This we do recognize from General BB, except of course it's a bit modified. It is spiny based, as I kind of remember, but having this double hit here is pretty neat. And it also shows you in this screen when you collect the power-ups how it works. using the freeze frame offset. Because the freeze frame kind of desyncs the platforms with the Spiny. That's how it goes. I remember sort of looking at this to see how it goes. Let's take damage there. Yeah, this is still fun to see in action every time I watch it. It's just a fantastic mechanism. So yeah, it just takes advantage of that slight desync that goes on with everything up there. It's such a simple, low-budget setup as well, in terms of staying loaded. Just really compact, extremely functional, and of course the lag time does mean that this level was very precise about where it lets you do a state switch and how much distance you had to fall safely. But it worked out quite well, I think. Okay, let's switch to another maker. So yeah, nice to see some harder levels from Persia. The clear pipe one from 6YM was of a similar difficulty as well, too. A little more of an intense platforming experience. We'll only have time for one more maker today, and I'm not even sure if I'll finish the level. But let me just look at my list quickly. And we'll see. We got some spam coming in as well, so let's... try to sort some of that out. Anyway, this is Chirisu. If you follow the Korean scene, you'll know that this is one of the largest streamers from Korea on Twitch when it comes to Mario Maker, as well as a fantastic level designer. I had a wonderful time with The Chaser, which was in 5YM, and was probably one of my favorites in 5YM. Now, the reason I say that I don't know if I'll finish the levels is that I was planning to do one of these today. This is a 0.3%. This is a 1.2% that's more beginner friendly, I guess. I want to at least see how we do with Bullet Bill Gates, even if I don't necessarily finish, because the nice thing about the feature stream is that I can take a bit longer on a level. 1 minute 26 on this one, 1 minute 40 on this one, yeah. Let's do it. Team Jump, how bad could it be? It'll be the Bullet to Bill Gates Foundation. Ah, okay, I see. You have to back up into something. I guess we should hit the pokey directly. Yeah, you grabbed a coin, and I need to think about how the reversal is going to happen then. Because wouldn't I want to go a bit high, sail to the right, and then... Yeah, no, I see what's going on. That I need to reverse with the Bullet Bill pretty accurately. I need to go a little bit high and then drop and then reverse. But in order to do that, we need to... Well... think about how much fuel I have in this as well. No, too far. I was just trying to jump on top of the piranha and I just missed. Then you get on top of the donut block, and then that sends you up from there. Yeah, we'll try it for at least a bit. The stream is running a little bit long, of course, as usual. So, nope, too early. So if I'm on this for too long, we'll just save it for another day. But I was curious. Nope. Wanted to get a high bounce there, and it just didn't happen because I let go and didn't repress quickly enough. Probably want a little bit more height going into that, in fact. Just start to burst a little bit higher above the Piranha Creeper, so I have a bit more room to repress jump. As I get into the landing, so I get a nice high bounce. Nope. Need to grab the coin, of course. I mean, for all I know, it might be optional, but I'm not going to bet on that. I'd rather... Okay. I'd rather not take that risk. Yeah, it looks like you do have 2 other coins coming fairly soon. It looks required. And yeah, still not landing as accurately as I would like. Nope, too far up. Still not getting high enough, actually. Might need to rethink that. Oh, that's interesting, that I'm able to jump out of there. I feel like I am not supposed to take damage at that point, though, so... There we go. And then, yeah, I'm not supposed to take damage there, but if I jump up, then I'm able to go over. And then I still need a bullet hat, as you can see, because of the right arrows that take me up to the icicles afterwards. Yeah, very interesting. This is in a desert theme, of course. Reminding me of Lecter's bullet level in 5YMM, which also had all kinds of back and forth and bullet business. Yeah, here I was supposed to get on top of the second icicle and then burst over, which I wasn't quite able to do. Nope. Okay. Doesn't look too bad, though. I mean, it's a 0.3 level, but I wonder how much of that is just because people are unfamiliar with mechanics. Nope, just missed the landing. As before. Yeah, the issue here is that I want to hold jump going into the landing on the creeper, but the thing is I don't want to hold jump so early that I continue bursting ahead with the bullet. Like, you have to let go, but then you have to repress at an extremely precise moment. So you don't activate the bullet hat, but you do activate the high bounce. There we go. Just like that. Then you get the key, and then you are obviously supposed to keep the bullet in that location. Nope. Miss. Okay, let's go down here. Nope, I just missed the icicle once again. If I landed on top of it accurately, I would have a very convenient boosting location. That would be safe. Early stuff is going a little bit better, but not as well as I would like. Nope, still not getting enough of the bounce. Very tricky to let go there. Yeah, probably going to be the trickiest thing to do in this level, just getting that release and repress timing down. It's much stricter than Mario Maker usually is, simply because of the bullet interaction getting in the way. As you can see, if I'm repressing too late, I'm not quite getting the full bounce. No, not quite. And it is fairly strict about height there. I'm wondering about that up and down arrow that comes afterwards. I wonder if that's just a ground pound cancel or something. Yeah, as you can see, just sliding right over. Difficult to do mid-air adjustment with the bullet head, of course, when you're trying to land. And from the death markers, you can see that's definitely one of the more difficult points of the level, right here. Just a high degree of potential for input interference. Nope. And I am landing too early, which is why I'm taking damage on a creeper. Interestingly enough, I am getting to bounce. It's just I'm landing at a bad position on the stem, I guess, where I'm landing like right here. When I should be thinking a little harder about using the 10 coin as a marker. Yeah, still missing though. But a 10 coin is encouraging me to bounce a little further ahead to avoid the stem damage. Nope, still missing. Yeah, much harder than it looks to get that bounce. And that's going to be a late entry once again. Maybe there's a better way to do it, but so far, not seeing it. And we have done this successfully a tiny handful of times. But it's a very strict bounce when it comes to the amount of height that you need to recover. Okay. Nope, still missing the icicle. I wonder if the wall jump is always going to miss that icicle. But I feel like if I cut myself off with a twirl or something, I could potentially adjust into it. Oh hey, that actually went well for once. Yeah, once again, it's just slipping right over every time. There has got to be some adjustment. Possibly, I think we fly a little bit lower and just go directly into the piranha and let it bounce me up. That's the way to do it. Let's go nice and low. Yeah, just go nice and low and let it bounce me automatically. That's the way to do it. I keep thinking about doing a drop into the creeper when I actually just need to make really low contact with it. No, not that low. But if you sail with the bullet right into its head, that's the way. Probably the best way to do it, but you need really good height control. Nope. Once again, just trying to do a bit of an adjustment to line myself up there, and that did not go well. Almost. Backed up a little bit too aggressively there. Nope. Once again, just wasn't lined up. I don't want to stand on a donut block for too long, of course, so to the extent that I need to realign my horizontal position, I have a very limited opportunity to do so. Okay. I have made it over a handful of times before, of course, but would need to fly a bit lower for that method to work out well. It's much better, though, in terms of getting enough bounce height than trying to drop onto the creeper. Whoops. Or so you would think. Until you hit something like that. Maybe it's not reliable enough, since it's so dependent on my drop position. Okay, there we go. Record. Nope, I didn't have much of an opportunity there. I did need to get on top of the swamp there, or at least jump up and use the bullet right away. I guess the double arrow did sort of indicate to me that I want to be using the twirl jump there above the icicles before everything falls apart. Nope, too high. Nah, it's okay, we'll try to sort this out. I went a bit low. Yeah, you had to have really good height control to get anything done in this level. Luckily, the active time on the bullet in terms of fuel is not an issue yet. From anything we've seen. Whoops. Didn't quite get the landing there. Nope, trying to readjust with a twirl there, and that didn't quite go. It did work last time, but it is a tricky location for sure. And now I am dropping just a little bit too low. Consistently. It is consistently wrong. Nope, too far left. Yeah, the booster is happening because I am holding down jump. And if I'm making contact with the side of the donut block, then it detects that as a wall jump into bullets burst. And so I need to not make contact with the side of the donut block. And that's really the main issue as far as I can tell. Yeah, just need to surf directly above the line over there. It is a difficult idea to communicate, I think, but I believe I am correct. That if you play it well, that should be the intended method. And much easier height-wise than trying to drop on a creeper manually. Nope. It does mean you need to skim very close to it, though. Yeah, still overshooting every time. I really do need to figure out how to adjust that jump. And I'm trying to stall it a bit with the twirl. But that is not quite working the way that I would like. Nope, didn't expect to actually get to bounce that time, so... Let's go back and see. Nope, once again. Lots to improve here in terms of my positioning. Still not high enough. You do still need to pull back a certain way going into that jump. Yeah, there might be something I need to do to adjust that, but not clear to me yet what that is going to be. Okay, we actually did a successful adjustment there, it's just that I overshot once I landed. These mistakes we can get out of the way quickly, I hope. Okay. Nope. I overshot on the icicle and just slid ahead. I was trying to stop there and get a high jump. We made contact with the icicle in a bit of a momentum heavy way, and I slipped right off and activated the icicle too soon. And everything fell apart from there. Yeah, I actually am coming in too low now, as we can see. I'm getting to full bounce, but it's not getting me high enough, and it's because I'm skimming slightly low. So the positioning here is difficult to see. I guess we should go for an alignment with that 10 coin. If I can, in fact. Find that out on camera. Nope. Too far forward. That red spike block really does get in the way on the right side of that column. Nope, straight over. Yeah, maybe I do need to drop, but the drop wasn't working out for me though, so... We'll see, this is an awfully early thing to be having this much trouble with, and so... Once again, just missing every time. I mean, a lot of it is that the 3D World Twirl is hard to understand in a very intuitive way if you've been playing with a lot of the NSMBU twirl mechanics at the same time. Given that the physics are just completely different. Yeah, just trying to find a more consistent series of inputs to make it over this segment here, because it does feel like I'm often kind of rolling the dice on whether that's going to succeed. Nope. Let's wall jump over it. Nope. I stayed suspended for too long. Trying to salvage that with a wall jump actually was the right idea. But I took too long to decide it. And I was also just completely out of position. Nope. And once again, just having a rough time estimating whether I will make that jump successfully. Whoops. Okay, really failing on some of the early stuff now. I guess the desert theme does befit how many plants there are and how many piranha creepers in particular. Whoops. Yeah, I'm trying to pull back into that landing a little bit, but it's not quite working the way I would like. Nope, too low. Yeah, that's easy enough to adjust. I knew I was going a bit high, but I didn't really have enough space to drop in a very subtle way. That would still be survivable, so I think that was never going to be a good attempt. Whoops. No, once again, the turnaround was a problem here. But if you go full forward and you end up on top of the donut block, you can easily overshoot as well, and so... your control has to be excellent going into the creeper bounce, or things will just not go. No opportunity to wall jump either. Yeah, this spike block really gets in the way as well. This one on the right. You do need a very specific landing. Nope. It's a pretty awkwardly placed icicle in terms of being just short of a comfortable wall jump. A wall jump does send you over it slightly. Nope. Once again, trying to do an adjustment jump there to keep the donut block alive, and that did not work. Too many things to bump your head against. Yeah, much trickier than it looks for sure. Not much of a margin of error on the creeper over here. Thank you for the follow. Let's try to make it work. Nope. Yeah, once again, I'm trying to turn back a little bit, and instead it's just getting me a boost. I think I'm just turning back too soon. I'm trying to just stop momentum when I get on top of the donut block, but instead of you pull back too early, then you're not on the donut block at all, but when that happens, and you just boost back to the left. Yeah, it might take more work than I'm able to put in on this stream, but I'm glad we got a bit of a first look at this, at least. Whoops. Okay, let's try it again. Just barely made it over that corner. Ah, okay, so you need to continuously wall jump from the thwomp, I think. That's possible. It shouldn't be too hard, in fact. Nope. Poor estimate of distance every time. There we go. Tiny adjustment is sometimes all it takes. Okay, so I guess we need to use the bullet repeatedly to burst towards the thwomp. Oh, that's going to be a difficult trick. Because you need to not blast into the thwomp, but you do need to jump away from it and pull back into it. And do it without running out of fuel. Although the icicle was right before that segment, so... Nope, slid right over. All these icicles in the desert. Just chilling. Nope. Once again, just poor adjustment from what otherwise was looking like a successful segment there. You do get some opportunity to adjust. And yeah, I needed to get into the up pipe. And then it's going to be a wall jump at the end of the glass pipe on the other side. Just missed the opportunity to get back on the thwomp accurately enough to get into the pipe in the first place. This is very tricky. I mean, I did stray quite a ways away from the thwomp with the bullet burst that time. Oh, and when you go through the pipe, you need to retain enough fuel, I think, to get more use out of the bullet, and so... Conserving fuel in the thwomp segment is going to be key. Well, I mean, I did pick a 0.3% level and wonder what I was going to get then, so... In many ways, we asked for it. Yeah, just need to go down low. Surprisingly safe. Yeah, you need to boost left and left and left. And you go down, hit the creeper. Very tricky, you do need to fly quite well with the bullet, and the fact that we can't consistently get a first creeper is a pretty bad sign, considering that there will be more just like it. Nope. Just overshot once again. Was trying to stay on the icicle in a stable position so we can do a twirl jump from there, but once you actually get into the swamp segment itself, that's quite tough. Nope, activated the swamp early. Yeah, pretty tricky stuff. And yeah, Atlantis certainly appreciate the company. Let's see what we can do here. Whoops. Yeah, not much of a margin of error when it comes to certain elements like that. Yeah, it is late enough in the stream that I may switch to something easier to cap things off here. Simply because I doubt I will be able to see it through to its logical conclusion today. Once again, yeah, overshooting. There are a lot of places where you do need to cut momentum very accurately. No, once again, trying to do an adjustment jump, and that did not go. Nope. Thought I could jump off the icicle there, and I missed. Fell right off. Missed the bullet. Not quite. And yeah, I do need to just continue facing right, I think. But I also don't want to overshoot, so adjustment there is just not easy. We'll try to make a few more attempts on this, but then I foresee that it will likely have to continue at another point, especially if we keep sliding over the ice like that. Very difficult to stop there while landing at the same time and preparing to twirl jump before the icicle falls all the way down. And I still don't quite know what to do with the swamp either. It looks like we do need repeated bullets, bursts back to the left as we go to maintain a bit of a moving wall jump. I think you can do that without the bullet, though. You can just maintain a moving wall jump on a moving swamp anyway, I think. I mean, it depends on the speed. But I should have been able to do so. Once again, trying to do an adjustment jump there just for safety to stay on top of the icicle. And the problem with doing that is that you activate the thwomp immediately. So you just need a crisp landing. There's no other way to do it but to land very nicely. Onto the icicles before they fall. Yeah, once again, adjustment is a bad idea. Just need to fall extremely accurately and stay on the icicle and get the twirl jump. With a decent amount of composure. Miss. The earlier I twirl there, the better when it comes to trying to land on the icicle. Yeah, once again, trying to get a twirl jump down in time, and I'm not really able to do it. I wonder if I need the twirl jump, in fact. Or if a standard jump would have just done fine. I mean, it is saying double arrow, and double arrow is a twirl jump over here, so... Given the height to get back up to the thwomp, I assumed it was something similar. Not quite. Yeah, once again, adjusting is a bad idea. We had gotten quite a bit further. We'd gotten all the way up to the clear pipe that you're supposed to get into by wall jumping off the thwomp. That's the record progression so far, and that was a while ago. Nope. Yeah, some pretty familiar mistakes by now, of course. As we crash into this early segment. Over. And over. Yeah, maybe a longer distance on that jump is... I'm trying to sail high here so we can get a better boost, but no, I think sailing right across the spine of that creeper, the vine rather, is actually correct. It's just that your estimate of distance needs to be so good. Just perfectly spaced. I mean, we have done it a reasonable number of times, it's just that it's difficult to play out of afterwards. No, once again, sailing over. Possibly I just need a much quicker way of preparing the twirl jump. Tend to be quite patient about setting it up properly. Just so all the inputs are coming in the right order. That segment, however, is not going to be so flexible. Nope, lost a bullet hat. I wonder if I should just long jump over, in fact. Never mind a bullet, just long jump from the icicle. That might actually be safer. I'm beginning to think a long jump actually is the best solution to that. Okay. Yeah, it totally is long jump, but then long jump needs to be followed by twirl jump. Given the spacing there, I should have considered long jump to begin with. Would have saved a lot of attempts. But you still need to land on a single icicle accurately then to make that happen. Nope, hit the wall. Nope. Yeah, it is a pretty strict location there. And coming in a little bit too low. If you get a long jump in the high jump there, that's progress. That was almost right, actually. Let's just try that again. Yeah, trying to bounce back with a bullet. I don't know if I should be using the bullet. Against a parachute thwomp? Like, against a regular thwomp, I can definitely wall jump indefinitely. Definitely wall jump indefinitely. Yeah, definitely wall jump as long as I like. That thwomp moves to the right, but with parachute speed, I'm not sure if I would need to spend the bullet fuel to get back on that wall. Just from wall jumping a little too far forward. Possibly if I just hold left into the wall jump. Continue holding left, so get myself back in the position. That's not actually as hard as I'm making it. No, it is as hard as I'm making it. I do need to bullet back for sure. Yeah, it's going to be absolutely necessary to take the bullet back if you... Alright, dealing with that. Or maybe it's not a series of wall jumps. The best attempt I've had just went ahead of that thwomp chase and used the bullet had to stabilize some other actions that were possible. I'm hitting a bit of a wall here though, so... Yeah. This will have to save as a matter of unfinished business to catch up on some other time. I mean, you know, we asked for it. This is a 0.3 level. I will probably try to do something simpler. We have played some of these older ones before, so always good to show off some Chirisu. I mean, this one's 0.38. We're not going to do that today either. This one, 1.27, supposedly beginner friendly. Let's take a quick look at Player Unknown's Playground. So hopefully we can do this quickly and finish on a high note. Yeah, grab the key, grab the on-off. Much more standard stuff all over here. NSMB style twirl, of course. And a little bit of time to plan the spin jump here, but I'm still going to miss it. Yeah, much more standard experience after all that bullet flight. Not planning to spin jump off the claw very accurately, though. The icicle, I think, mostly enforces that the spin jump does hit the first target rather than the second. You'll see what I mean when you get back here. Oh, whoops. Jump straight up into what was kind of a blind spot. Should be careful about that as we go up the lift. Amazing to do this much jumping again. Okay, that's going smoothly. Whoops, missing the wall jump. Yeah, this theme in SMBU does inherently look a little bit noisy, even when the level design is fairly clean. I think it's something to do with the way the greens blend together. Anyway, let's get back here. I'm going to take my time with this guy. Oh. That is a bit of a race. An accuracy race. Okay, down we go. Yeah, I still am not swinging far enough to the right. I don't know why I'm trying to swing so much earlier like that. Probably I just don't trust the distance on the spin jump when I have tons of forward momentum. Okay. Everything here is pretty doable now. Maybe overcompensating for that, the fact that the Piranha bounced back from the wall. Okay, made it despite some mistakes. Key is required. Now, what do I need to B-switch for? Oh no, too early on the spin jump. It's going to be off the yellow pipe instead. Actually fairly readable. Despite how noisy some of the artwork in this theme can be. Yeah, the twirl just kind of repositions you on top of the spiny and gives it enough time to get into the proper position. Now the question is, do I need the P-switch to remain active? Or is it purely there for a P-jump? We'll find out soon enough. Amazing what a jump there is from going to 1.2% level from a 0.3 level. It's a huge jump, proportionately. Nope, too high. Yeah, P-switch is required. Otherwise you can't get through to Munchers in time. P-switch is supposed to expire, in fact, when you get past that column, so... I do need to be fairly quick about this. No time to stop on a claw or anything. We need to go quickly and accurately, hopefully. Yeah, that extra twirl there probably killed off too much time, and I do need to wall jump off the pipe much lower. Okay. Nope, too early. Or too far to the left, rather. So as to accidentally get the P pick up. Yeah, there is no twirl marked, of course, and maybe I should try it without a twirl and sort of adhere to instructions so we don't run into timing issues. Whoops, too late. Yeah, if you don't twirl, it's actually slightly easier to position yourself on top of, well, the right side of that pipe. Whoops. Nope. Well, too many little issues we need to take care of here. Yeah, really tricky actually to get that spin jump to go accurately. The timing going into it is going to be quite precise. As you can see, I'm now too late. Yeah, very low ceiling above those piranha plants there. Not quite. Yeah, just need to make a couple of these fixes as we go, and too high. It is a very unforgiving passage there. I do need a spin jump on top of it, I think. There we go. And hey, that wasn't too bad. Let's fire Yoshi here and see what we can actually do with him. Oh, I can't kill the Spiny, unfortunately, so... we'll just finish without him. That's going to be a clear. Well, that is all I will have time for today. Yeah, we managed to see 4 really great makers that we've seen some work by before, of course, but it's nice to kind of do them all together in one big chunk over here. I will shortly be passing you off to somebody else. Might be Mario Maker, might be something else, but for now, you can look forward to viewer levels tomorrow or the day after. And it's pretty much all there is to it. So thank you once again for joining me for all of these levels today. We'll likely go back to that difficult one I couldn't clear at some point once I learn how to actually pilot the bullet, and return to some of these makers over time. When it comes to some of the other maker features we're going to be running in future weeks, of course, information will always be posted onto Discord as we schedule in some streams. Also, one final note, I am trying to run a little ahead of our posted schedule for all the streams, including viewer levels this weekend, so keep that in mind if you mean to queue. In the meantime, thanks for watching. Thank you once again to all the generous raids earlier in particular, and for all the new follows that we've had from people dropping by. We'll pass you on to somebody else. But that's all from me, so have a great day. Thank you for joining me for so long, and as always, fare thee well.